Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Hughes, and I'm a vice chair of the Cobb County Planning Commission. And welcome to the October 1st Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing. Stephen Vaught, our chair, is not available today, and we will start with the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. John, if you could go ahead and go over the zoning procedures for today.
And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. We would ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After that, the applicant and any opposition will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time. So please convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, then after that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more people to come back to the front to answer questions or provide more comments. Then the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There is one case on today's printed agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice. That's case Z54, Brian Kondo. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice, will not be heard today. There are a couple of cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued or held, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Florinor Development Group, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the November 5th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z2 of 2024 will not be heard today. Additionally, rezoning case Z44 of 2024, Manor Restorations, LLC. This case was held by by staff until the November 5th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z44 of 2024 will not be heard today. Mr. Vice Chair and board, I did get some requests late to continue some other cases. The applicant for rezoning case Z9 of 2024, Thomas Orrick. The applicant has asked the board to continue this case so they could continue working on their plan, Mr. Vice Chair. So the staff would ask the board to continue Z9.
You need to take any action on that?
You would need to take a vote.
That is in District 4, and move to continue Z9 as requested by the applicant.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Call the question. Motion is approved 4-0.
Thank you. Next case is rezoning case Z37 of 2024, Bosco IKEA Kananen. The applicant has asked this case be continued another 30 days, Mr. Vice Chair, so they can work on their plan.
All right. Motion to continue Z37.
Second.
Okay. We have a second, 2 seconds. Any discussion? We'll call the question. Motion is approved 4-0.
Okay, and the last case I have is rezoning case Z40 of 2024, Elite Engineering. Mr. Vice Chair and board, they need more time to work on their traffic study, so the staff would ask the board to continue Z40 until your next hearing.
This is in Z, or District 1.
Yep, move to continue.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion is approved 4-0.
Thank you. And before we actually start the consent agenda, I do have a couple more announcements. I would like to ask everyone in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phone. When the phone's ringing, it doesn't interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered at the board's discretion. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Please proceed.
Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for October 1st, 2024. First case on consent is rezoning case Z53 of 2024, Mills Veterinary Property LLC, request rezoning from R30 and TS to NRC for a veterinary clinic in land lots 1 and 2 of the 20th District. The property is located on the west side of Cobb Parkway, south of Rutledge Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the zoning division on July 29, 2024, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number 2, architectural finishes plan received by the zoning division on July 29, 2024, with the district commissioner approving the final plans. Number 3, veterinary clinic use only. Number 4, no residential use. Number 5, accessory structure to be used for storage only. 6, variance as stated in the zoning comments. Number 7, 20-foot undisturbed landscape buffer adjacent to any residentially zoned property. Number 8, adherence to the allocated parameters of the Paulding County Pumpkin Vine Creek Intergovernmental Wastewater Treatment Agreement. Number 9, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 10, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number 11, water and sewer comments and recommendations. And number 12, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z53? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z56 of 2024, Artemis Hotel Group requests a rezoning from O&I to RRC for a multifamily residential development in land lots 949, 978, and 979 of the 17th District. The property is located on the southwesterly side of Cobb Parkway, northwest of Riverview Parkway. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the zoning division on August 1st, 2024, with minor modifications to be approved by the district commissioner, or if unavailable, the county chair. Number 2, district commissioner, or if unavailable, county chair to approve the final elevations. Number 3, variances as stated in the zoning comments. Number 4, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 5, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number 6, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. And number 7, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z56? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
And John, I'm sorry. I would also request that we can have that one pulled off consent to discuss some additional stipulations.
Okay, so we went down off consent?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we'll pull that one off consent and put it to regular order. Okay.
John, I have the same request to the first one you read in.
Okay, so you want Mills off consent also?
Yes, just have a few questions for the applicant.
Okay. Okay, moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. First case is LUP 29 of 2024. Grishel Chaveria requests a temporary land use permit renewal to allow landscape business and related vehicle parking in land lots 626 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Milford Church Road across from Farmington Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to, for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, applicant allowed to park 2 trucks and 1 trailer inside the fenced area. Number 2, applicant allowed to have 2 employees. Number 3, hours of operation to be from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. during the weekdays. Number 4, no weekend hours. Number 5, employees parking shall be behind the fenced area only. Number 6, no landscape debris or other materials stored or contained on the trucks overnight. Number 7, no outdoor storage. Number 8, no chipping or grinding of any landscape materials on site. Number 9, the fence shall be maintained by the current and future property owner. Number 10, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 11, stormwater management comments and recommendations. And number 12, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 29? Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 29? Mr. Vice Chair and Board, the applicant is not present for LUP 29. So would it be the board's desire to leave it on consent or have us give him a call and have him come in here?
If you would give him a call.
Okay.
And this is in District 4.
All right, so we'll pull that one off consent also and give him a call. All right, next case is LEP 32 of 2024. Dathan Johnson requests a temporary land use permit renewal for a pet dealer in land lots 769 and 770 of the 19th District. The property is located on the east side of Shady Side Road, north of Hurt Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, maximum of one customer per week on site. Number two, maximum of 15 dogs on the property. Number three, maximum of 3 litters per year. And number four, Stormwater Management Division comments recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 32? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 33 of 2024, Word of Faith Family Worship Center Incorporated requests a temporary land use permit renewal for a daycare facility in land lots 697 and 698 of the 18th District. The property is located on the west side of Riverside Parkway and on the north side of the Bluffs. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, DOT approved traffic circulation plan, and number two, DOT comments. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 33? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And lastly, LEP 34 of 2024, Milky Way Manor LLC requests a temporary land use permit renewal to allow a family farm, a wildlife sanctuary, event center, and educational facility in land lot 710 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Pear Road, east of Saskatchewan Lane. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan dated July 25th, 2024, on file with the zoning division. Number two, letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Adam Rosen dated October 30th, 2023, not otherwise in conflict. Number three, shared parking agreement dated November 19th, 2023, with the Trinity Baptist Church of Smyrna, Inc. and Milky Way LLC, not otherwise in conflict. Number four, no parking on the right-of-way. All parking must be on an approved parking area. Number five, no exterior signs. And number six, fire department comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 34? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Vice Chair and Board.
All right. You will need a motion to approve the agenda or consent agenda as amended.
Yeah, motion to move, approve the consent agenda as amended by deletion of the first 3 cases and their movement to the regular agenda.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We'll call a question. Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, and we'll give the applicant a call for lot 29.
Thank you.
All right, moving into the held and continued case part of the agenda. First case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z39 of 2024. Asher Homes, Inc. requests a rezoning from R20 to RD for single-family resident in land lots 219 and 286 of the 17th District. The property is located on the north side of Hill Street, northwest of Garrison Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z39? Yes. So we got one person opposed. Okay, let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, you can begin. Parks.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Parks Huff, the law firm of Sams Larkin Huff, and I represent the applicant in regards to this rezoning application before you this morning. This is the subject property. It's on Hill Road, very close to downtown Marietta. This aerial photograph actually has the GIS imagery showing the future land use map. It's medium density residential, which is up to 5 units per acre. To the north, it should be noted, is all city of Marietta, Actually, if you look to the north, slightly to the east, that's a multifamily apartment complex. So this is an area that has a mixture of densities. So this is an older neighborhood close to Sandtown and Powder Springs Road. And so there's a lot of reinvestment in the older properties, and my client acquired one of these lots. And his initial intent was actually to create 2 lots out of 1 lot. But that has changed, and I'll go through that now. This is showing the zoning. It is zoned R20 at the present time. I thought this was interesting. This is the original plat from roughly 100 years ago. The lot we're talking about originally had about 4 different lots on it. So it was extremely small lot area, but when it was originally platted. This is the site plan showing the property. It is a single structure that is narrow on the front, goes deep. It was built as a single-family home designed to be multi-generational living. It has a couple different living areas, a couple different parking areas. That was the design, and there are plenty of single-family homes that are built this way. But the county had concerns because it does kind of feel like a duplex. So they had issued a stop work order and said, we think it's a duplex. It is not, at the present time, built as a duplex, and meaning it doesn't have the division walls and such that the fire code is, but it can be retrofitted for that. So the original site plan had another single-family home on the other side of that driveway. So to the right hand of the driveway would be another structure. And after going through the concerns and questions about the house, we decided to, after consultation with Mr. Peterson, we decided to amend the application and make it a proposal for a duplex. So it's a duplex that's divided down the middle. So as you come in the driveway off a hill, the side entry garages are on the left. So there's a unit to the south and the unit to the north, if you will, and that is the duplex. And so you have a narrow front. This shows the house as its current status, or fairly current status, a couple months ago, showing the narrow front, the side entry garages along the side, and so you have a unit in the front and a unit in the back. So your staff looked at the totality of the area and looked at the different issues related to it, the future land use map, the development in the area, all the criteria that the county staff is in charge with enforcing, and they recommended approval of the application. They had some conditions which we agreed to. The lot cannot be subdivided is a condition number 1. If you approved it as staff recommends, that is a condition. No additional dwelling units to emphasize that it can't be subdivided. And then the site plan with minor modifications, architectural, similar to the architecture. Now, obviously, the building is not skinned. It will have hardy plank, hard cementitious siding. It's not going to be vinyl. They did ask for a buffer on the western line, and we've agreed to that. The setbacks, as shown on the site plan, and the fire department staff recommendations, which obviously, as it becomes, if it's entitled as a duplex, to get the certificate of occupancy, we have to comply with all fire code requirements in terms of fire code safety and division of the interior of the property. Have to meet all stormwater management divisions. But in the larger context, this is exactly what housing opportunities are needed. When we look at the housing shortage that we have, that is real. A lot of young people cannot find housing. The answer is all the above. You know, any opportunity to put homes on a property in an area that already has similar densities, similar construction, and actually much higher densities in the city of Marietta adjacent to it. When you can do that in a responsible manner, this is exactly what you want. Adding to that, this is close into Marietta, so you reduce traffic by putting people closer to where they work, go to school, and entertain. So going in the infill areas and coming up with alternative ways to provide housing is great. When you look at the Cobb County demographics, our average household size is 2.5 people per household. So that means there's a lot of 1 and 2 person households to make up for the 5 and 6 person households. So a duplex is a very good way to house 2 families on a property and close to where they can live and work and go to school. So we ask you that you follow your staff recommendation, which was thought out and well put forward, and add the conditions that they recommend to the application. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have, but this is a opportunity to do an infill lot, put 2 units on it that will provide homes for 2 different families. So appreciate your time, thoughtful consideration of the case. We ask you follow your staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the opposition now.
All right, good afternoon. Well, just a couple of points of interest.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. If you could state your name for the record, please.
Oh, yes, Art Diston.
Thank you.
D is in Diston.
Thank you.
The initial application for the structure that was built, he's claiming now it's a duplex, but the permit was filed under a single-family dwelling. So funny how that comes in and is changed kind of after the fact, that the structure is already built. Our street is very narrow. It can't accommodate. You've got 2 units, 3 bedrooms each, potentially 6 cars on our street. You can barely get 2 cars down our street as it is. And the impact that it would have, I just don't think is accommodating for what the street has to offer. And again, single family, no problem. 6 separate bedrooms with having 6+ more cars on our street, I just don't see where we can feel that we should accommodate that based on what the false pretense of what the initial permit was issued for. And I wish you'd take that into consideration, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ross Doyle. As the applicant mentioned, they've already built one. There's one improvement there already on the lot next door that the applicant owns. It's a duplex. If you have the plans in front of you, I'm not sure if you do. I mean, it's the north unit is a mirror image of the south unit. It's a duplex, which they applied for or built on a single-family lot. And now they're wanting to do the same thing on the lot next door. So it's a quad on what was a single-family lot. I think that the area needs the reinvestment that they're talking about, but they should be honest in the way they're, you know what I mean, going about it. Like, if you want 2 duplexes, apply for that zoning. Don't try to, you know what I mean, pigeonhole it into a single-family application. Like, it needs to be done honestly, or attempted honestly. That's my opinion.
All right. Thank you, sir. Is there any other opposition? Okay. This case is in District 2, and Commissioner Lindstrom will lead our discussion. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
It was mine.
Commissioner Anderson, excuse me.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. I would like to call the applicant back up, please. Morning, Parks.
Good morning.
Can you talk to me a little bit about the intended use for the most recent site plan? Is it meant to be 2 condo units? Is it meant to be 2 rental duplexes? Is it meant to be kind of an owner who has the ability to rent out a separate suite? How has that evolved from the multi-generational single, what was originally stated as the multi?
Yeah, the original intent was to build a home that could house designed to be multi-generational. There are plenty of homes in my neighborhood that have master suites in the basement in different layouts. That does not make it a duplex. You can have housing that is designed to have multiple, and we can go through Atlanta Country Club. If the county wants to take a position that this has to be a duplex, then you need to go into Atlanta Country Club and get a bunch of 2 master suite homes and say they're all duplexes. So this was designed as 1 meter. It was designed. But when the question came up, it feels, and I admit, it does look and feel in a lot of ways like a duplex. And so after deciding which is the best way to go forward, either tear out walls and make it less duplexy, we decided the better way to do it is just actually make it a duplex, amend the application to make it a duplex proposal, and then you have the one building with 2 different units on it that would be, in this scenario, rental units. So you have one in the front and one in the back. The comment, if we can go to the zoom in GIS image a little bit here, you can see from the homes there how many homes already have ADUs. Now, that's a new term, accessory dwelling units. But it's actually been around for a while. And this street's got a whole lot of accessory dwelling units. Those aren't duplexes, they're actually 2 separate, living spaces. There's garages that have been, had living spaces either made into them or they were built that way. So this is already happening in this area. So having this is very consistent with the area. I think that's one of the reasons why your staff recommended approval. So, and the concerns about the parking on the street, agree. Street parking can be a problem. It's the reason why the narrow front, the long, deep property, the side entry garages in the back provides plenty of space to have additional parking, so you're not street parking.
Okay, great, thank you. And can you talk about what utilities are currently set up? Because I think I had a chance to drive by the site and drive down the road and kind of see how it looks and the approach on it, and it definitely reads like a duplex. Just,
Yeah, it does.
100%. Are there separate utilities for each unit right now?
At the present time, they're not, because the permit was, and it was designed as a single-family home, granted potentially two different family units, generational living there, but it has, at the present time, it has 1 meter. Under the duplex, it would end up with 2 meters, but it has 1 electric meter. It's got water and sewer. I don't know about gas.
Okay.
But I do know that the electrical meter is in, and it's 1 meter.
Okay. So if this is intended to be a rental, and is there just being just from a practicality standpoint, a single bill that would be shared between there, or the intention is to, if this were approved, to subdivide and seek a separate meter?
I think it would be to subdivide and seek a separate meter.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Lindstrom, did you have, I think, a question or comment?
Yes. I went out to the site when it was still in District 3, and that house was wide open. So I said, okay, I'll go.
Yeah.
It does have separate utilities for both sides. There's separate water, there's separate gas, there's separate electric. And when I talked to you, I think you were as surprised about that as I was, because that's not what we were thinking it was going to be. But it is clearly I think that they've got it right to, the county has it right to zone it as a, what do you call it?
RD, resident duplex?
As a duplex. I don't know, I mean, there's 4 bedrooms in each one. This is a lot. And because it's in a working class area, based on our experience in this type of neighborhood, you're going to have at least 1 pickup truck, you're going to have a lot of cars, there's 4 bedrooms. Let's say there's 1 child in there and the rest all have cars. I agree with the county that it should be held as 1 property. Now, whether somebody wants to buy it and rent 1 out, that's up to them. But I think it wouldn't hurt, because we've got this extra property, to make sure that the driveway is wide enough that pickup trucks. Somebody doesn't have to drive on the grass, and that they have plenty of room to move around, because this is oddly set up in a vertical way. The front door to the back one is in the back, and the front door to the front, rather than side by side, is how you usually see a duplex. But this way, the front door of one of those duplexes is in the backyard. So I think it is a duplex. There's no confusing it. And if somebody wants to rent one of them out. But it's such a family-oriented neighborhood. I would like to see stipulations to avoid coming back in 3 or 4 years saying, oh, by the way, we'd like to put a, what are they called, ADUs on the other side of the yard. I think that I'm not sure if that street can even handle that much traffic if you start putting ADUs in there.
I wasn't suggesting that we add an ADU. I was simply showing that the neighborhood has already
Yes.
got multiple living on a lot of lots. Couple comments. Number one, it has, not to split hairs, but it has 2 panels, electric panels, but it
Yes.
has 1 meter. I've got 2 panels in my house. A lot of people have multiple panels, electrical panels. When you have different areas, sometimes you have separate panels for it. So it does have 2 panels, but it has one meter. And we do have space as you enter on the right-hand side, if you will. The east side, there is plenty of space. We can add additional parking along that right-hand side. And that would solve any concerns about parking on the street.
Yeah, you've got 4 bedrooms on each one. That's 8 bedrooms, and that could potentially be a lot of trucks, a lot of cars, a lot of vehicles.
Keep in mind, there's multifamily right to the north.
Huh?
There's multifamily right to the north. I mean, this is not a low-density area. Medium density is up to 5 units per acre, so.
I just don't know that that street can handle all this. I'm concerned about the traffic, that if this grows, and I don't think an ADU on the other side. I'm trying to think like the builder. I bought this property, I'm going to get the most out of it that I can. And I don't blame them for thinking that way. But I think in this case, we should just have a bigger driveway or parking spaces.
And the staff recommendation, I think, addresses your concerns. I agree. I understand that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Lynch. How big are the garages going to be? Are there going to be two car?
Two-car garages.
Okay. And the unit sizes, at least on the initial application, were, I think, one was 1,300 square feet. Both were about 1,300 square
Yep.
feet. And these are going to be, can you remind me again how many bedrooms are going to be in each unit?
I don't know the bedroom count. I mean,
That's 4. It's 1 master.
One, okay, so
Yeah.
one master, 4 bedrooms per lot? Or
Yes.
Okay, so eight total beds. And 4 parkings for 4 in garages. And then and I'll ask some questions of planning just to understand kind of what are we looking at in terms of total parking. Okay. It's just logistically, if it's a single meter, has there been any thought to having this be a for sale project where simply an owner can buy and have a rental unit that they could have at the back?
Yes, it could be.
Okay. All right. And my initial impression just driving down the street was there's a large wall that just hits you. Visually, if I'm a neighbor to the east of that in particular,
Yeah.
I don't find that attractive or accretive to my home value. So I, at a minimum, I think there was some commentary around in the staff comments on, I don't think there was a 10-foot landscaper to the west, but would there be any issue with, and as I walk through and drive down the street again in my mind, having a landscape buffer on the front, a minimum of 10 feet, so that and such that visually you don't kind of just come smack onto a hard wall.
Yeah.
And then also there was, I don't think, a landscape buffer that was shown on the eastern edge for that neighbor. I know that that is obviously the lot that is empty right now, which has its existing foliage on it.
It actually.
But that will not be disturbed under this scenario, correct?
Yeah, it's actually a little different than that even. Actually, adjacent to us is an alley.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually an old platted alley.
Okay,
So it's public, kind of almost a road, but it's not there.
okay,
So we don't actually adjoin it. On the east side, there isn't a common boundary line because there's an old alley that was platted between us. You can see it showing up there, that yellow line and then the red line,
yeah,
that's an alley.
got it. And my concern is just that house to the east, that's clearly not an evergreen tree right there. So just they right now would be seeing out their window, even though there's an alley, a hard, long wall.
Yeah, we can do some plantings along that
Okay.
side.
Yeah, and I think maybe that is probably something where in my head, there needs to be some landscaping plan that dictates, I would say at a minimum, boundaries along the eastern and southern sides right along Hill Street. And then on the parking, yeah, it's a very narrow road. And there's off-street parking. I think having a way for there to be off-street parking is critical for that road. Just because I personally found it a little difficult to navigate, and I was there on a weekend. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any other questions of the applicant?
You had indicated that there were some other units where you were kind of suggesting, some other housing units on the street where you were suggesting that there's at least a possibility people are living in garage apartments or such.
Yeah, I think, and I don't, having driven in, I don't want to point out someone's property, but slightly to the west, there was a house, and then behind it's a garage, two-car garage with it looked like a living space above. You can see to the east, there's a couple different housing-looking units. There's a lot of different, housing options along this street.
What about immediately to the west? It looks like there are about 8 cars shown in this visual, maybe
Yeah.
more.
Yeah,
What's going on there? Do you know?
I don't know, but that street has a lot of different living options, which is great. We need more.
Yeah. Okay, so along Hill Street anywhere, have we approved any other duplexes per se?
Not on Hill Street. I don't know that any applications have come in. There is duplex slightly if you look on the GIS, there's some duplex zone slightly to the east, slightly kind of closer to the water headquarters. I remember seeing that on the.
When I looked at this, my first thought was it was kind of a shame they didn't come in and do a lot split and argue relative to what was 3 lots down in terms of these shotgun type of lots that got carved out. But I suspect they weren't your client at the time.
Yeah, the initial thought was to come in with a lot split and do 2 larger units, 2 larger homes that would be multi-generational. County obviously thinks they look a lot like duplexes. Obviously, enforcement, whether it's a duplex or not is not the structure, it's how it's used. So the structure, you can have any, the structure is the structure. It's a rectangular building. So it's only how it's used. I understand the county's concern that enforcement, keeping it single family, it would be difficult to enforce that. So I understand the enforcement concern about why, and that's the reason why we decided to, after consultation with Mr. Peterson, to say, okay, we'll just make it a duplex. It does look and feel like a duplex. Let's go ahead and make it a duplex. That way you don't have any enforcement questions later on down the road. Because we could have filed affidavits and say, we're going to put 1 family in there. There's nothing in the code that says you can't have 2 masters. There's, 4-car garages. Go to Atlanta Country Club. There's plenty of homes with, detached garages, 8-car garages, all that kind of stuff. There's nothing that prevents this to be a single-family home. Enforcement, it easily could be used as a duplex, and it would be hard for the county to enforce. So we decided it was the better approach was to go ahead and just simply ask for it to be zoned as a duplex. Now, you don't have any questions about how it's used. It's going to be used as a duplex, and it will.
Well, we could just say there couldn't be 2 leases at the place. That would go a long way towards mitigating that, although, as you point out, you could have a owner, one owner and one renter, but we have other code that deals with that as well. But appreciate your responding to my questions.
Thank you.
No more questions at this time for the applicant. Thank you, Parks. I did have a question for John Peterson. John, first question is, how many individuals and how much parking would be permitted under the RD zoning category if this were to be approved?
Well, for 2-family dwelling units, it doesn't have the limitations that single-family dwelling units have.
So there's no limit on, okay. And there's no limit on actual
That's right.
parking requirements.
That's
Okay.
right.
For a home of this size, if it were, this is effectively
For-
2,600 square feet, what would be?
I think it'd be 6 cars total on a property with 4 outside, and then 6 related adults.
6 related adults, you said? Okay, so 6 cars total. And how many outside again, you said?
4.
Up to 4 outside, okay. Okay, great. And then I think, is there any color you can provide on the, I guess any variances that would be required if this were approved for our, I mean, I guess for the residential, for the duplex category?
Yes.
You had mentioned some in your staff comments.
Yeah, the staff has identified 2 variances for the RD district that they're asking for.
Okay.
One is for a side setback reduction, and the other is for a 10-foot landscape buffer reduction on the eastern property line.
So there is an actual requirement for there to be a 10-foot landscape buffer on the eastern property line already?
That is correct, but as Mr. Huff pointed out, there is an alley there, so it's not really buffering anything except for a road.
Okay. But it is visually still,
Yeah, I think on this lot, you know, if I had my druthers for buffering, it'd be along the front.
on the front, okay. Yeah. I do still have some concerns just approaching it that once the weather turns, you have a large blank wall to the east, but that's, but thank you for clarifying that. Do any of my other fellow commissioners have any questions of the planning staff?
I do not.
I have one more. In that part that I'd like to see them put some additional parking or widening the driveway, if they could clean that up, because it's really scrub stuff in there
Mhm.
and make it look like a home.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Commissioner Lindstrom. Yeah,
I can't approach the stand again by chance, is that possible? Or?
Do you want to bring it back up to ask my
I
question?
I'd like to call up the opposition. So I guess just to frame it as a question of the staff. So
Well,
do you have
yeah.
any feedback on the comments that, or
Yeah,
reactions to
and
comments?
thanks for
that were-
asking some poignant questions, but again, the initial filing for the permits, obviously, were under false pretense, now that he's openly admitted that's a duplex. I don't know how it changed from a single-family resident to a duplex if that wasn't the initial intent. And you've got 8 bedrooms, as the gentleman just said, 6 cars. I don't see how that can accommodate that with it being 8 bedrooms in these places. As a property owner, you buy property for it hoping to go up in price, not for something to come in to either diminish or keep it idle. And I don't see this helping our property values or with the other folks that are living on the street. I just don't see how that would fit into helping everyone on the street collectively. So thanks again for letting me share a few thoughts with that.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks,
thanks.
sir. Great. So would any of my other commissioners like to call up any other staff members? Okay.
I have one comment
Commissioner Lynch?
for you, David. I think that a few mistakes were made along the way, and things were overlooked when it was first applied for. And one of the things overlooked was the actual plan. And in response to the person in opposition, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. But having said that, they went ahead and built it. They built a building. And I have not heard of any case where Cobb County comes back and says, well, you can't have that here, so take it down. So, unless somebody else knows of a case, I think we need to work with what we have. It's going to be a nice home for 2 families. And they originally wanted 2 families. They wanted to split the lots and put 2 families. And now they have the 2 families. So I think it's a good solution. It's a good compromise.
Commissioner Maloney?
Yes, to the contrary, on the Board of Zoning Appeals, we've required structures be torn down before.
Ouch.
Just to clarify, is that ADUs or whole homes?
Most recent one I recall is a structure that was built in the backyard that probably would have qualified as, our concern was that it was a separate living area that had been advertised on VRBO. So we actually required that it be torn down, and we've required parts of other structures be torn down before. That's not, it's not every month. It's not pleasant to have to do, but we've required it.
Does anyone have any other questions of the applicant at this point?
I do not.
No.
Okay. I actually think I'm prepared to make a motion on it.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think because I think we've heard most of the kind of pros, cons, and certainly one of the overarching themes here is that don't want to obviously endorse the notion of ask forgiveness, not permission. That's obviously something that, as a precedent set, is not something that we aspire to. Also have to balance that with the practicality of there is a fully built house that can support housing here, and that if there's a set of stipulations that could make sure that although there were some missteps along the way, that they can be still accommodated and the spirit of what was supposed to be there still gets met. I think we also have as a board to think about what that solution looks like. So at this time, my motion would be to recommend approval of rezoning from R20 to RD, subject to the following stipulations. Lot may not be subdivided. No additional dwelling units are to be permitted. A maximum of 1 rental unit permitted. A maximum of 6 residents and 6 cars parked. A site plan received by the zoning division on August 22nd, 2024. Building architecture, style, and design to be compatible with or to upgrade the existing neighborhood. no use of vinyl siding on the exterior. Landscaping plan to be submitted subject to final commissioner approval and review, but shall include at a minimum a 10-foot landscaping buffer on the western property line, landscaping strip along the southern boundary line at a minimum height of 10 feet, and landscaping strip along the eastern boundary line. These will also be subject to all approval by the county arborist. Drive, I believe this might already be captured in code, but if not, driveway is to be paved and wide enough so that no one will be blocked in. I think that addresses your concern, Commissioner Lindstrom. The setback variance, as stated in the zoning comments, just to note that does not include the variance on the landscaping buffer. That's already been addressed. Fire Department comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Oh, and there was one other one that I forgot to include. Construction hours will be from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday, none on Sunday. And that would be my recommendation.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Anderson. We have a second.
I have a second.
Okay.
A second.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Any questions? Call a question. Motion passes 3-1. Next case, John.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z47 of 2024, American Dream Homes LLC and Katharina Ikeji request rezoning from R20 to RA6 for a townhome community in land lot 383 of the 18th district. The property is located on the south side of South Gordon Road, east of Timber Trail. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z47? Okay, let the record show there's 5 people that are here opposed to rezoning case Z47. All those who wish to address the board for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. I'm John Cobb, representing American Dream Homes.
Good morning. This is Clemente Quiones. I'm his civil engineer for this project.
Thank you. If you could go ahead and present your case. Thank you.
All right. So the last time we were here last month, we had presented a plan, and this is not the updated version. I sent one to everyone just yesterday that shows a much more updated version. It's only showing 6 units, a road with addressing all list of concerns and comments that we had received from the community. To be more specific, the community had sent us a letter saying that they were concerned about how the site did not fit the character of the area, primarily because the original plan that you saw had 12 units on there. We had reduced it to 6. Provided showing some landscaped areas, where we're going to put the stormwater detention, preliminary grading, a landscape monument area, off-site parking, a mail kiosk area, as well as making the decision, because it's only 6 units, to make the road public rather than private as we originally intended. The only thing that we could not accommodate at this time, just due to we didn't know how the board and the committee were going to react, was the HOA. Aside from that, we had gone through and made sure to diligently work with Michael and the rest of the community to address their concerns. I don't know what happened to the most recent plan that I sent yesterday, but the most current one shows only 6 units, which meets the density requirements for, and stays within the character of the area. They are still attached units, but that was what we wanted to present today.
Okay. Anything else?
Let's see, we went through their letter and addressed everything that we could. Wasn't sure if there was anything else that they had in addition to this letter after looking at the revised plan. We had been sending them back and forth since last time we were here.
Okay.
So that's it on our case.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll hear from the opposition now, so you can take your seat unless you have something else.
Good morning. My name is Robin Meyer, and I'm the co-chair of the Zoning Committee with the Mableton Improvement Coalition. We appreciate the applicant's efforts to address concerns about this application, but I think the most crucial, or the core of the concern that we have, is that this single-family neighborhood is simply not an appropriate place for attached housing. We've worked with many developers all around our community with the development of townhome projects. There certainly are places for townhomes in our community. We're welcoming dozens, if not hundreds, of new neighbors on a regular basis to those townhomes. But this is a solidly single-family neighborhood, and that's a very important value in our community, and it's a very sought-after way of living in our community. This proposal simply does not fit the character of this area. The approval of this application would result in more small townhome proposals with no overall coordinated plan. As you can see from the, well, probably not the greatest copy of the GIS snip that I have on my PowerPoint, but that you can see on the GIS map, there are other similar parcels on South Gordon Road that have the same sort of configuration. They're about 100 feet wide, and they're deep enough to be an acre, acre and a half, 2 acres. If development happens in this area, 6 townhomes at a time, we will not have a successful community. It's unrealistic to expect 6 homeowners, probably 6 first-time homeowners, to be able to operate and to have the time, the energy, and the financial resources to operate the HOA. Even communities with 75 or 100 homes often find it difficult to find a president for their HOA. 6 houses, it just does not seem feasible. The proposal, while it might conform with the land use map as far as density is concerned, does not as far as the zoning category is concerned. RA6 is not allowed in low-density residential. Despite this is the site plan that I believe was sent in to you all yesterday that we saw some time back. We have not yet seen elevations of the home, and there's no stipulations letter that documents the issues that we've discussed with the applicant, such as rental restrictions, creation of the HOA, whether or not the HOA is going to be responsible for exterior building maintenance and landscaping, as is common in developments like this. So with these issues with this development, we would ask that you recommend denial of this application and preserve this part of our community as the single-family neighborhood that it has been for so long. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Pamela Johnson, and I would just first ask that people that come up and speak, and even when you all speak, could you raise your voice so we can hear you, because it's very faint in the back for us to hear what's being said. the person just spoke in front of me. I guess she just dittoed everything that I was going to say, but I'm going to say it. I think that building these townhomes create an incompatibility. It's incompatible with this established community that is already there. So what happens beyond these establishments coming up in the future? More. And it's not feasible for the area that, that we live. And I think that it's not appropriate for the attached housing for the community that they want to put these townhomes in.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any additional opposition? Okay. We will close the public hearing at this time. This is in District 4, so I will leave the discussion on this case. My first question is going to be for John. John, have you had an opportunity to look at the revised site plan, and how does that impact staff's zoning analysis, if at all, at this point?
We did look at it, Mr. Vice Chair, and, you know, the change that they made of reducing the units from 12 to 6 would not change the staff recommendation. You know, we are also concerned about adding attached housing in an area where there are single-family houses, especially single-family houses on large lots.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are there, my fellow commissioners, have any questions of staff? No?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I just honestly have not had a chance to digest the most recent site plan, and so, so that's part of my limitation on the questions.
Okay. I did get the revised site plan yesterday and noted, obviously, the reduction in what was originally proposed from 12 to 6. However, I think it was noted during the public hearing portion that it's the housing type, the attached type, that's inconsistent with the predominant single-family nature of the area. And for me, on that basis, I would recommend a denial consistent with staff's recommendation, and that would actually be my motion.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, call the question. Motion passes 4-0. Next case, John.
Okay. Next case is LEP 25 of 2024. David Gaddy requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles and adults than the code allows in land lot 354 of the 16th district. The property is located on the north side of Parkwood Drive, east of Bells Ferry Road. Is the applicant present? Yes. The record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 25? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Hello, my name is Dave Gaddy. Thank you for letting me speak. I've been a member of Cobb County since 1987, and I've rented homes to people that are in need. I run a nonprofit. So I purchased this home to allow a family to live, and I was not aware that there's some stipulations. First of all, the house showed on the plot that it was like 1,800 square feet. It was really 2,100 square feet. So I got violation of parking there's 5 cars, 5 people living. It's a 4-bedroom house. 2 of them are engaged to be married. So I went back, got the parking situation handled, meaning I went ahead and paved the area, okay? Then at that point, I thought I was done. And then they came back and they said, no, you have too many vehicles. And I was like, I didn't know this. I had no idea because I've already rented houses before. So back and forth, back and forth. I then had to evict somebody that was working for me and separate the brothers and sisters from each other. And then I had to pay for them to move, which really hurt me because of a stipulation that you can't have 5 vehicles outside of a dwelling. And I made the parking to accommodate the additional four cars, and I did it eloquently, and I thought I was done. And then this happened, and they said, no, you can't have it. So that's why I'm here appealing my case. A lot of people are struggling right now that they don't have enough places to stay. There's not enough rooms. The economy is what it is. So I was just trying to help, and you know, it's just, it really hurts me that I had to do what I had to do. So I'm asking that you would review being able to have an extra 5 cars outside instead of 4.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Was there any opposition for this?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. This case is in District 3, and
Yes, if you could, I waited till you sat down. I'm sorry, no. I'm sorry to bring you back up, and I'll try
No,
to
it's
speak
okay.
so people can hear me, too. I'm Chris, and you and I have talked on the phone
Oh,
before.
yes, ma'am.
Yes. I've been by the property, and that whole neighborhood is immaculate. I mean, for the age of the houses, everybody keeps it up very well. I saw how you did with the driveway, and I have no problem with that. I thought it was a very good solution for it. However, how many people do you now have living in the house?
There's only 2 right now.
Just 2?
Yes,
Are they
ma'am.
related?
Yes.
So your question is, really, how many cars can you have? Plus, you've got a trailer. I noticed,
I had to make them leave. I had to pay for
oh, the
them to
trailer
move.
left too.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, just so you know, a trailer would have had to have been on the driveway as well. So you've solved, I think, everything. You only have 2 people living in the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
So how many cars do you have?
2 cars.
Just 2 cars. So, John,
If there's two adults and 2 cars, then he does not need his land use permit.
he doesn't what?
He does not need the land use permit.
Okay.
But I was asking for it.
Yeah.
Because I went ahead and you told me that it's not going to pass.
Well, that's because
Right.
at that time you had,
It was 5
I
vehicles.
think 2 people were related, and then there was a brother and a sister, and people were engaged, and
Yes.
then there was another person, and
Correct.
yeah, and you had too many people. You had 1 too many people. I
One
think
too many people.
you said, yeah. John, I'd like to ask you a question. I heard that the code is changing this month. Is that true?
The board's going to consider some amendments to the code related to single-family uses, and that's going to be coming later this month or in November. So currently, we have to consider the current code. I do have one question for the applicant I'm kind of confused on. So you currently have 2 cars and 2 adults at the house, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're here today asking for more than that, okay?
Yes, sir.
I got you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, because it's a 4-bedroom house, and I'm trying to help college students be able to afford a place to live. Because the 2 brothers are there now, but they wanted their friends there. The sister had to leave with her fiance. So,
Well, as I understand it, and I could very well be wrong on this, I'm sure John will correct me, but the people that you have in your house have to be related, and their idea of relations are a little different than yours and mine. It's like grandfather, son or daughter, their son or daughter. There's no cousins and best friends, and by the way, this one's going to be engaged, and that one's dating a girl for a long time. There's a limit on how many people that you have living in a house, and the limit is one that is not related to another. And I think that is true. So even though they have only 2 people in the house, they can only have one non-relative in there. Is that true?
No, it's, the way the code's written is it can have either related or unrelated. For related, it's up to 5. For unrelated, it can have 2. So he can have 2 unrelated people in the house.
See, it was 2. You
So
told
you
me
can
it was
have
1.
2.
If it's a family plus 1, then she's right, but if it's a family plus 2, then you're out of code.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The way the code's written is a family's allowed to be there and up to 1 related person with a family. If there's no family, it's just 2 unrelated people, then the max is 2 unrelated people. But if there's a family living there, you're allowed to have 1 unrelated person. So right now, you're code compliant.
But say that again. That is confusing.
Yeah,
So what do you consider a family? If a family lives there, that could be a family of 2.
Could be. But the way the code's written is a family's defined as you, your grandparents, your parents, or your children. That's it. It doesn't include cousins or uncles or aunts or anything.
So if you only have 2 in the family, he's allowed 2?
Yes.
That's 1 more for you. Now, when you and I talked, that was quite a while ago, and I think you did have 5
Right.
people
Yes, ma'am.
in there.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
a couple more cars.
There were 2 that were unrelated.
So he could have them. He could have 2.
He could have two unrelated.
2 unrelated.
Well,
Okay.
but you told me
Well,
that I
see,
could
you
only
had
have
5.
1.
See, 2 plus 2, you've got 4. So you had to get rid of at least 1.
1, right. But I had to get
And
rid
that's
of,
what
when
I
I
was-
got rid of the one was, they were engaged. She didn't want to stay without her fiance. That was the problem.
Oh, that's the group that
Yeah.
left, was the engaged couple. Well,
That's why I had to have 3 leave then.
well, it looks like you can have 2. And does he have to have a special land use permit for that?
For this, you did not need a special land use permit.
With the way he has it today?
For the way he has it today right now, he does not need a temporary land use permit, but he's asking for more than that for future use, correct?
For 5, yes.
To
At the time, I was asking because I had 5, and there was one that was engaged. That was the other unrelated. So then I could have gotten rid of a car, but I had to get rid of, because I couldn't make it work, so.
Sorry to add to the, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so-
I'm still mulling on.
So just to add more either clarity or confusion, depends on how you take it. My understanding is that there's and this is a question for John, you have a max of 5 adults that are allowed, with no more than 1 is unrelated. You're saying that changes depending on whether the part of the 5 is a family?
Well, I'm looking at what he submitted, and he was requesting 5 people when he submitted the application with 5 vehicles. The code would allow 4 cars parked outside and 4 adults.
And 4 adults.
So the 4 adults could all be all related, or he could have a family and 1 unrelated as far as the adults go.
And that one unrelated would be, the cap is 4, or is the cap 5?
The cap is for adults.
Four adults. Okay.
Now, if this, John, if this amendment passes, is approved, how many people would be allowed then?
Well, what's before the board is to add one additional unrelated and one car to the codes. But at this point in time, I cannot predict what's going to happen with that code section. So we have to go by what's on today's books.
Commissioner Anderson. So it sounds like as of today, based on existing conditions, you don't have any need for a temporary land use permit. The question is really if you needed to come back and get approval. It sounds like you're good for up to 4.
4 related adults.
4 related adults. And what would, as of right, would he be able to do in terms of unrelated? 1, right?
He could do 2 unrelated right now.
2 unrelated right now. Okay.
So 2.
All right. Can you,
I was
guess,
told it was only 1.
That's because you had too many people in it to begin with, and I couldn't get the relation. The engaged couple didn't want.
So, I'm sorry, so you cannot have more than 4 people in a home
That's how I'm.
in Cobb County.
No, that's not what he said. 4 unrelated.
2 unrelated. Is it 2 unrelated or 1 unrelated? It's 2 unrelated. So 4 people. So it would be 2, let's say it's 2 brothers and then 2 friends. Does that count?
No, it has to be
No.
2 brothers and 1 friend.
2 brothers and 1 friend. You mean 3 brothers and 1 friend?
Well, what you just said was 2 brothers and 1 friend.
Oh, I'm sorry. 2 brothers and 2 friends.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be legal under today's code unless the board approved this land use permit.
Okay. Okay.
Unless what?
Unless the board approved this land use permit.
Oh. Well, I would approve that one. But Fred, you're being very quiet over there. Well, he has been, my understanding is that he has been renting to KSU students, and I know that that's very convenient, that area is very convenient to KSU, and it's probably very helpful to them. And I also understand that these people, 5 that were there, you could not have had 5. They were not related. That they've really been very good about taking care of the property and being good neighbors to their neighbors. There's one is, I think one was getting a master's or something, but there's no wild parties going on, so hence there is no objection to this type of thing. I would have no problem giving him the ability to have additional people in there. But right now, you're saying there's 2. How many people are related? Right now, people in the house? Related.
Yes.
Is there anybody else left in the house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you can have, how many people can he have in today? 1 person? Or can he have 2? Can you get 2 brothers in?
He could have, based on, the house is 2150, right, or is it 18?
Yes, sir. There's 4 bedrooms,
Okay,
21.
it's not 1800 then? Because it was 1800.
It was 1,800,
But
yes.
you had it amended to 2150?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that would allow for 5 adults, 5 related adults.
5 related adults.
5 related adults. But I thought we just said there was 2 unrelated.
If,
If
if all you have in the
If
house
it's-
right now today is two unrelated adults, and that's fine.
Right.
But if you want to continue to rent your house, which is what you want to do
Right.
to
Yes.
another student, then you can get with these two people. I'm hearing you can have one more. Say they're not related. If you can get a third person in there that is related to these two people, one of these people,
I did have. There was one.
yeah, I think you only needed to lose one person.
Okay.
Are the two in the house right now brothers?
Yes.
Okay, well, you're allowed to have two brothers and one unrelated adult. So you can have three adults.
Okay.
Okay. So I didn't tell you wrong, because you were over. I told you the right thing.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner, this is in your district.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to approve of his request to add one more person that is unrelated to it. He would have to come back in, David, you would have to keep your eyes out for any code changes that would be posted in the newspapers and see how that would fit you. But right now, I think you should be allowed to have one more person in there that's not related to any of them. Yeah. That's my motion.
So we have a motion from Commissioner
Se-
Anderson.
Second for the purposes of discussion.
Commissioner Anderson.
Just to clarify, how long would you want this to be granted for? I think the original request was for 24 months.
I think for 24 months is fine.
I'd probably lean towards 12.
I think I would too.
Okay.
Just
Well-
particularly since there may be a code change.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's true.
Would you agree to that?
Yes, I do agree, because there may be a code change, which would help you. So I would like to amend, nobody approved that amendment, did they?
No.
My motion.
Well,
so-
we had a second.
I don't
No,
think
we
had a
didn't, you're
second.
right, we did not have a second.
Okay, thank you, David, throwing that in. I would like to make a motion for this land use permit for 12 months for one more person to live in that house, for him to rent it out.
I do have one question. Mr. Gaddy?
David,
So you're allowed to have 4 cars parked outside? Are you still gonna have less than four less cars?
I'll have less than
Okay, so okay, so we don't need to worry about cars anymore, it's just
No.
number of people, okay?
yep,
Gotcha.
he did a very nice job on making that
Okay.
happen. Very nice.
Just let me step back for a minute and make sure I'm clear. I thought there was a second for her first motion. Yeah, and David seconded, okay. And so
So I have to undo it.
we'll amend, we're fine? Okay, all right,
Are we good?
we're good. So your original motion, but instead of 24 months, it'll be 12 months.
It'll be 12 months
Okay. Any
for
further?
one person.
One additional person, correct? Okay. All right, any further discussion? Call the question. Motion is approved 4-0. We will take a break here for 10 minutes. We'll be back. To the Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing for October 1st, 2024. John, if you could call our next case, please.
Okay, next case is LEP 26 of 2024. Lucas Rubio Levaton requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles and adults than the code allows in land lot 705 of the 19th district. The property is located at the southwest intersection of Amelia Drive and Lyle Lane. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 26? Two opposed? Okay, two opposed. All those who wish to address the board, either for or against, please come forward and be sworn in.
Good morning. I will be translating for my father. He is Lucas Rubio Levaton. I'm Lucas Jr., but I will be translating for him.
Okay.
Estamos aquí porque nos llegó la carta para...
We're here today because we kept getting city citations saying that we had too many cars, too many vehicles, and on the driveway, and we had one or two on the grass. But then we fixed that, and it came down to having too many vehicles and too many adults on the property. And he's asking to have more on the property of both the vehicles and adults.
Okay.
Nos dijeron que podemos tener 2 carros en el garage y 4 en el driveway, pero no podemos tener 2, no entran.
He says that we're allowed to have 2 vehicles in the garage and 4 on the driveway, but it's not possible because our vehicles are large SUVs and only 1 fits in the garage.
So quiero ver si puedo tener 5 en el driveway y 1 en el garage.
So he's hoping to get 5 on the driveway and 1 in the garage permitted. ¿Y de los adultos?
Y si puedo tener, somos 5 familias y 2 que no son familia.
And he's trying to increase the people in the house. There's 5 of family and 2 unrelated. And ¿cuánto es de familia?
5 son 2 adultos, no, tú, 2 adultos ya.
Pero más también.
Sí.
And it says on the property that's allowed to have 3 adults and 2 children, so a max of 5
Familia.
of family. And he wants to increase it to 2,
Unrelated.
2 unrelated with it.
Okay. All right. Is that everything?
That's cool. Yes.
Okay. You can take a seat. We're going to hear from the opposition, and then we'll have some questions for you after that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If we could have the opposition come.
Hi, I'm the neighbor across the street. I want to start off by saying these are wonderful neighbors.
Excuse me, if you could just tell us your name for the record.
Oh, I'm Claudia Bryce.
Okay, thank you.
I've owned the property across the street for over 30 years.
Okay.
These are fantastic neighbors. They keep their property spotless. We do not have a problem with any of that. It's that if y'all allow more than what code permits, our properties are huge. Well, they're not acres, but they're big lots. There's other people in our subdivision that have multiple vehicles, but not like this. So if y'all open this up, it's going to be like a can of worms. And like I said, lived there 30 years, single-family dwellings, great neighbors, but we can't allow this and not manage it. So that's what we're doing here today. That's why we have an argument.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right, I'm sorry, sir, were you going to speak?
Good morning. My name's Mike Hughes. I live across the street, and like my wife said, they are great neighbors. They keep their place spotless. They've improved the property. It's just that, 10 or 11 vehicles is a little excessive. They've been cited for that, and I had nothing to do with that. I've just stayed in my lane, didn't let it bother me. But we're getting houses in our neighborhood that are starting to do that. More vehicles, more people, and that's just not what the neighborhood's for. My property taxes have gone up $1,000 this year. I don't know why. Our property hadn't improved, but our taxes have. And usually when you put more people in on a party, it gets cheaper. But they're building all over Cobb County, and we're still getting our property taxes raised. So we're really not wanting to allow an increase. It's a single family home, and they're down to, I don't know, 7 or 8 vehicles right now, and it doesn't bother me. It bothers my neighbors more than anything, but they've been great neighbors, but we just don't want more than what's allowed.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. All right, this particular case is in District 4, and I will lead the discussion on this particular request. If I could have the applicant come back up. All right, so, and just looking at the application, it looks like you'd like to park 9 vehicles outside with only 4 parked, when I guess there are only 4 permitted by code. What are these vehicles used for?
Personales y de mi trabajo.
There's some that are for personal use, and there's some that he uses for his business.
What type of business is that?
Carpentry.
Carpentry?
Yes, mainly.
Okay. And then also just looking at the application, you're seeking 3 related adults and then 2 unrelated adults in the house?
2 unrelated adults.
2 unrelated?
And 3 related.
Okay. And this is their outdoor storage consisting of tools and supplies. I'm assuming that's for his business?
Yes. Like equipment out in the backyard.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mis carros nomás de mi trabajo.
What are those cars? He says just his vehicles that are out.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Just his vehicles that are out. That's what he's
So,
saying.
just the vehicles that are out?
Yes.
Okay. So I see you're on a corner lot. You've got two driveways here.
Yes.
Is one a garage and one a carport, or?
It's a carport.
It's a carport.
Okay. Is there a garage at the house? There's no garage?
No.
Okay.
Dile que tenemos driveway en el basement y driveway en la entrada principal.
He says there's only a driveway in the basement and a driveway in the front of the house.
Okay. So there's a basement at the
Yes.
house? Okay. All right, does anybody have any questions for the applicant?
Tengo otra pregunta.
He says he has a question.
Go ahead.
Quiero saber quiénes son mis otros vecinos que tienen problemas con mis carros.
He says he would like to know who are the other neighbors that complain about the vehicles and
My property.
on the property.
We don't know. I don't know who they were.
Ok, si no están presentes, entonces solamente los que son los que, entonces solamente los que están presentes están en desacuerdo.
So he says so only the people that are here today are the ones who disapprove of the permit that he's trying to get approved.
I'm sorry.
So the only, so the people that are here today that came to oppose his permit approval are the only ones who just don't want to get it approved?
They're the only ones here today. That's what I'll say. But according to what he just said, they weren't the ones that caused the code enforcement action. So,
Es que solo son ellos que hablaron para eso. No más preguntas. No more
so
questions.
who lives in the house now?
Right now, it's my father, me, my mother, my two siblings, and a godfather and an uncle.
A godfather?
Yes.
Okay.
Y el amigo.
Your siblings, how old are they? Are they driving age?
One's 10 and one's 17.
So is the 17-year-old driving?
No, she's not driving yet.
Okay. All right. So you asked for up to 10 vehicles to be parked?
Yes, that would include his work trucks and the personal use vehicles.
So how many personal vehicles do you have?
Yo tengo mi carro, tu mamá tiene su camioneta, tú tienes la tuya, Lali la otra, aunque no maneja, y mis 3 camionetas de trabajo.
Pues se dice 6 personal use.
6 personal vehicles.
No.
Mi camioneta personal,
Ajá.
tu camioneta, tu mamá,
Ajá.
la camioneta que es para Citlali, y 3 de trabajo.
Pues 4 de uno. 4 personal cars.
So you have 4 personal vehicles.
Is one, is my personal, he has one. My wife, she has 1 truck, and I have one truck for my daughter, and I have 3 for the job.
You have 3 what?
3 business vehicles that he uses for his job.
3 business vehicles.
Yes.
Okay.
No todos los uso siempre.
Well, let me ask you. I mean, three business vehicles. Could those be relocated to some other appropriate some other location, and you can go pick them up when you need them, when you have a job to go to?
Si los puedes mover a otro lado donde no estorbe y puedes ir a recogerlo cuando lo necesitas.
Uno de ellos lo tiene mi amigo y pues ya lo moví. Pero no tengo un lugar.
He says he has no area to leave him elsewhere, but he has one of his friends that does take one of the work vehicles when he needs him to go to another job site. So one or two may not always be on the property all the time.
Yeah, it just seems like 3 business vehicles seems to be a lot for this, even this, a lot this size. That's just my reaction to what you just said. I'll stop there to see if my fellow commissioners have any questions or observations.
And just to confirm, you had said that there are no garages at the property, correct?
There's only one.
There's 1 garage.
Yes.
And you can have up to 4 vehicles that are parked outside, and then 1 vehicle parked in the garage. Can any of the vehicles fit in the garage?
No, just 1.
Dos no entran, supuestamente tenemos para 2, pero 2 no entran en el garage.
He says supposedly it's supposed to be for 2 vehicles, but you can't fit 2 vehicles in the one or in the space for 2 vehicles.
So is it empty or just used as storage right now, the
It's
garage?
empty.
No, parqueamos un carro.
Yeah, we just parked 1 vehicle in it.
You could just 1 vehicle can fit in there?
Yes.
So Okay, so you can park one vehicle there, and then up to 4 vehicles can be parked outside, permitted by code, so that'd be 5. But the garage is a 2-car garage. It's just that your cars are too big.
Those are vehicles. Yeah.
Supposedly it's for 2 vehicles, but
It's just,
don't fit.
Yeah.
Just fit one. Yeah.
okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you. That was my question. I just wanted to understand what can be parked in the garage versus not.
Going back to the business vehicles, what type, you said there were 3. What types of vehicles are they?
Los carros van en la troca.
2 big, large vans and 1 truck.
Okay. Commissioner Lindstrom, did you have a question?
Well, it sounds like this is a residential area, and it sounds like he's running his business out of his house, and I'm not so sure that's appropriate. And he's got you have your godfather lives with you, and somebody else. How many people again? You've got two sisters, you.
He says there's 7 people in total.
Okay, and you're a family of 5.
Yes.
So you've got a godfather and someone else.
Yes.
Well, I think I think he does have too many people in there, and I guess that's why he's asking for this too. I just don't think in an R20 neighborhood that this is appropriate to have business vehicles in your backyard. We run against this with people who use dump trucks and backhoes and things like this. And at some point, somebody's going to say, well, what's the difference? If you're in an R20 neighborhood, work trucks should not be there. And there's no place to really put them except on the driveway. Can all these fit on the driveway? Is anything?
Yes.
Nothing is on the lawn?
No.
Commissioner Boulogne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have you made any effort, I see in the visual we're looking at here, you can see some property that's zoned GC, you see some property zoned O&I. Have you ever made any effort to go work something out with the folks that own either of these things for overnight storage of vehicles, of commercial vehicles?
Your question is if we've just gone to other neighbors.
You ever go knock on those doors and ask if you could work out any arrangement where you could pay any rent and store overnight vehicles there, the commercial vehicles?
No.
Is that something you'd be willing to try doing?
To ask for permission to use their space?
Yes?
Eso es algo lo que tú querías hacer. Estás preguntando a los
I mean, you're
vecinos si quieres usar su espacio para poner cosas y todo eso en su espacio.
No me gustaría, pero sí es posible que alguien me rente un espacio.
He says
No me gustaría hacer eso.
he wouldn't like to do that, but if he would need to, he would appreciate if they rented him a bit of space one day.
Well, I just noticed they're only 3 and 4 doors down, and opposed to us agreeing to something long-term where we're allowing you to park multiple commercial vehicles, it might be worth the effort anyway. Just a thought.
Thank you, Commissioner. If we could go back to the number of people in the house, because I had a note that there were 5 people, but I think you just said 7.
Yes.
So could you tell me definitively how many people are in the house?
In total, there's 7.
Okay. And go through the list. Who's there?
It's me, my father, my mother, my 2 siblings, my godfather, and a friend, uncle that lives as well.
A what?
A friend / uncle.
Okay. I don't think you said that when we first went through that list. You stopped at Godfather. I didn't hear another friend who lived there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm concerned too that there are 3 business vehicles in a residential area. I think you need to look for another location to store those vehicles somewhere nearby. I think Commissioner Bouloigne's suggestion that maybe one of the properties here along Austell Road there might be an option where your vehicles could be stored. You work out something with the owner to pay them some sort of monthly rent to have your vehicles stored there, and then you can go pick them up as you need them. So I think based on that, I'm prepared to offer a motion to, well, let me ask you this before I do that. How much time do you think you would need to go find another location to store your business vehicles?
Dile que no, eso tengo que hacer, no importa si todos mis carros entran en los 2 driveways.
He's asking if is it necessary for him to move his vehicles even though they fit on the driveways?
I think that's 3 business vehicles, yes.
¿Puedo tener un vehículo de mi negocio en mi casa? ¿Alice? ¿Le pregunto?
He's asking if he can at least have one of his business vehicles at home.
We can have one.
Ok. Entonces dile cuántos mis vecinos que me están acusando, él también tiene su carro de su trabajo en su driveway. Entonces tengo que hacer tengo que encontrar un lugar donde yo quejarme para eso. Y su trailer también.
He's saying that for the neighbors accusing him of doing, or at least having all these vehicles in the property, he says that they have a business vehicle as well on with the trailer in their back driveway.
Tengo que poner una queja para ellos.
He's saying if he would have to make a complaint for him for that reason as well.
I'm not really sure I understand what you're saying.
The oppositions have a vehicle with a trailer in the back of their home, in their driveway that's in the back. And he says, would he have to make a complaint for that?
I'm not going to address that question. Okay. So I think what's before us today is your land use permit, and one question for staff. John, if you could just give us staff's recommendation.
The staff recommendation was to deny it based on the code enforcement action, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, all right. So I think based on staff, I understand staff's recommendation. However, I want to try to work with you to give you an opportunity to relocate 2 of the work vehicles and give you, let's say, 45 days to relocate those 2 of the 3 business vehicles. But that we only grant the land use permit for a 12-month period, and that you be subject to quarterly code enforcement inspections during that period of time. With respect to the individuals in the house, yes, I have a question there. The other person, the friend that's living there, can you go into a little bit more detail on, are they expected to be there for a long period? Are they family, friend?
No sé por qué él está fracturado, no puede trabajar. Está fracturado de su hombro.
He says he's not sure since he had a fracture in his arm, so he's not able to work at the current moment. So until he gets his arm fixed and gets a job, then maybe he'll be able to know when he'll be staying with us.
Okay. All right, then my current motion will stand. It'll only be for 12 months with the quarterly inspections by code enforcement, relocate the 2 of the 3 business vehicles within 45 days. And that would be my motion.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, call the question. Motion passes 4-0.
All right. And come back in 2 weeks, okay, for your final hearing. So come back in 2 weeks for your final hearing, all right? All right. Okay, next case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z52, Fortinella International Company requests a rezoning from NS to NRC for a daycare center in land lot 470 of the 16th district. The property is located on the northwesterly side of Johns Fair Road, south of Waterfront Drive. Is the applicant present? The record shows the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z52? Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board for or against the application, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning. My name is Jing. I'm the one of my wife and myself own the Fortinella company. And we apply the new zoning. We was NS, but county have abolished it for a long time. And we were told by the zoning office that I need to apply for new CR zoning. So that's why I'm here. And there's nothing changed to my business or my property. Everything is static. And we just to meet the new zoning requirement, not anything changed.
Okay. Anything else you want to offer? Okay. Was there any opposition? Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Richard Grome. I am President of East Cobb Civic Association and ECCA Case Manager for Z52. The applicant requests that the current zoning be changed from NS to NRC to house a daycare center. This rezoning request came about due to a citation by the Cobb County Code Enforcement for a lapse in the business license for the existing child daycare center on this property. The lapse in the business license negated the grandfathered non-conforming use of the NS zoning. ECCA tried but was unsuccessful in contacting the applicant. Staff has noted additional variances needed to operate the existing daycare center as it is now submitted. These include a reduction of required parking spaces from 20 to 15 spaces, reduction of required landscape buffer along with western and eastern property lines from 20 feet to 0 feet, allow the existing accessory 60 square foot structure on the side of the principal building to remain in place, and reduce the side setback for this 60 square foot accessory structure from the required 5 feet to 0 feet on the southern property line. ECCA has looked at the zoning surrounding this property. This is a small transitional property that has established R20 residences on the west side and future RA5 residences on the north and east sides. We agree with staff that LRO would provide a better transition between the adjacent NS and GC zoned properties and single-family residential homes. In addition, we support staff's recommendation that a 20-foot landscape buffer be established against the R20 residences on the west side, with the landscape plan to be approved by the district commissioner. However, ECCA also believes there should be maintained a 20-foot landscape buffer along the property line abutting the RA5 property to the north and east. In summary, ECCA recommends approval only if the applicant is agreeable to, number one, the requested rezoning being deleted to LRO and be site plan specific for a child daycare center. Number two, in addition to staff recommended landscape buffer of 20 feet along the property line abutting the R20 property to the west, that there be established a landscape buffer of 20 feet along the property line abutting the RA5 property where future freestanding homes will exist to the north and east, with the landscape plan to be reviewed by the county arborist and signed off by the district commissioner. And number three, all staff comments were not in conflict with the above recommendations. Thank you. There's a picture up here of the property itself, and as you can see, R20 to the west is existing. The R5 to the east and north is from the Z72 development, which is part of the Northwest Ministries project. That's the residential section, and those are all going to be freestanding homes also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, this is in District 3, and Commissioner Lindstrom will lead our discussion.
I spoke with a homeowner that backs up to this property, Helga Hong, who is also part of the East Cobb Civic Association. Is how I know her through. And I asked her, she has lived in that house from the origination. The houses were built in 1974, and there was a pond also in that area that is no longer there. Now, when the house was first built, where the daycare center was, a swale had been created to help divert the water coming down from the houses into what would become the daycare center. And various storms over the years have come and gone, and that swale is now gone. And brush has grown up on its own in that area. Thank goodness for technology, because we can see where the line is, the border lines are. I asked her if there was any fencing along the back of the homes, and she said no. And you can't tell because it's so overgrown in there. So I agree with the county to delete the zoning from NS to LRO for the daycare center only, not for anything else, but only. And much of this is the same as what the East Cobb Civic Association recommended. I do think it's fine to reduce the south border from 5 feet to 0 feet. When you go back in there, just about everything is paved. So there's no differentiation between one lot and another on that south side. I suspect that they probably have a, in fact, sir, could you come back up, please? On the south side of your building, on the south side, do you have a temporary building like a shed?
Yes, I have a shed.
Back there, okay. Well, I think that should be granted. And what do you keep, what is that like a tool shed?
Yes, we have some classroom sometime like a winter decoration, and after winter they put in there.
Yeah. So I'm okay, thank you, thank you. I'm okay with reducing that south side buffer because it's kind of already been reduced from 5 feet to 0 feet, and it's paved in there. A full 20-foot buffer based upon code should be maintained along the west side and the entire northeast side. That whole diagonal from one point to the south side. Yep. I'd also would recommend a 6-foot privacy fence to be put in, to be placed along the northeast side, that big angle where...
Currently there's a fence, and my property is dropped down about 6 feet. There's a fence, and then the property is dropped down by 6 feet. Mine is lower.
Yours is lower than that?
About 6 feet lower than the green, the east area. And depend, in the very, very north corner, it's even more than 6 feet, maybe 8 feet.
Mm-hmm.
The part close to Johnson Federal Road is about 5 feet to 6 feet.
Have you had any flooding in there?
No. We do have water come from the water road area, but it's flowing out.
Now, I noticed when I drove by there that there's an old bus, looks like an old bus that's in there, and there's a truck. Is that on your property, or it's probably on this property?
The neighbor have a residence in their apartment. Occasionally, they park their vehicle on my side.
Okay.
I
They live in
told
an
them.
apartment? What, they live there? There's somebody that lives next to you?
Excuse me, I cannot hear you clearly. Can you speak a little bit louder, please?
No, I'm digging a hole for myself, I think. So I think I'll stop while I'm ahead. You're fine.
Okay, thank you.
I wondered about the property next door because when I go back there, it looks very clearly like somebody's living back in that medical building or whatever it was. So I'm not touching that. Today, your property is in essentially a hole. Okay. Robin, I'm crossing out number 3. I'm not going to require them to put a 6-foot fence in when it's not going to do anything. But I would like to see that area cleaned up a lot. There's a lot of shrub bushes that have formed over 30 years. And we just need to cut it down. It doesn't necessarily have to be removed, but it needs to be cleaned up. And I'd like it if you could work with the county arborist, and also Joanne Burrell would have final say on this at the BOC meeting. But I'd like you to work with them to see if there's something you can do to keep that clean. And you're in a hole. You're really in a hole. because you've got water that could potentially come down on you from two sides.
Yeah, we do consider to clean, but I'm afraid that what erosion will be much, if I clear out, erosion will be much heavier. When water comes from property up there, it's about, water row to my property is about 15 feet high. If I clear out, as the gentleman suggests, I do landscaping and so on, I'm afraid when I touch it, the erosion will be very heavy. I'm afraid, I don't know.
Yes, I understand, and I think that, but I've seen it out there. I think it needs cleaning up.
Okay.
I don't think you need to eradicate everything, but cut it back. But that you need to work with the arborist to find out how you could plant things in there that will look attractive and will hold the ground.
Okay.
In there.
Okay.
We're not looking for a beauty contest on this one, but it's really pretty bad back there. So maybe you could, maybe they'll say, just cut it. Don't dig it up, just cut it back.
Okay. Understood.
Thank you. That's what I've got on that one. So as I mentioned before, this area it's actually difficult to find this location because you wind through stores and medical buildings and electronic buildings. You know, you think you're in the wrong spot, but you're not. You just keep turning and you'll make it. So one of my other suggestions was to remove the trailers and bus that has been living back there, but I don't know that that's on his property, and there's no way to tell where his property ends. So, all right, let me start again. I'm ready to make a motion.
Before you do that, Commissioner.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Lindstrom, I actually had a question of planning staff.
Yes.
And specifically, if we were to add the landscaping buffer of 20 feet on the eastern side, based on the site plan provided, it seems like that overlaps with some of the existing parking spaces, which would create a ripple effect of eliminating parking and then require another variance to reduce the parking. And my question was, for the RA5 that's adjacent, is there, can you remind us if there was a buffer that is already stipulated as part of that western area? And if so, how big is that buffer?
There is a buffer on that side. I'm not sure how wide it is, but I think the board did stipulate a buffer on that side. I just want to make one thing clear about the buffer we're talking about, is he came in to ask for NRC originally. That's what his request is. The staff recommendation was to delete it to LRO, low-rise office. Under NRC, the buffer requirement is 20 feet. Under LRO, the buffer requirement is 10 feet. So I think he can meet the 10 feet for most of that side adjacent to the RA5. That may be a little bit more towards the south of the parking lot where it may get down to 7 or 8 feet. But I think for most of that line, he can get a 10-foot buffer in there. And he can definitely get a 10-foot buffer adjacent to the R20 subdivision.
But my concern on that is that his facility is sitting in a hole. And that's having too short a buffer. I think he's going to have some water damage unless they can, and it's going to cost him some money to remediate that.
So just a response to that, and Commissioner Anderson, you're headed exactly where I was going, because I was curious if the RA5 had a buffer requirement. It would be nice to know what the buffer requirement is. But then I think the applicant also mentioned that he sits 6 feet below that property. So that further mitigates whatever we're trying to address with the buffer issue as well, to me. But that's just another factor to add to this. But I think if we want to do a 10-foot buffer, that should be adequate. Add that plus whatever the RA5 is required to provide from a buffer standpoint. So it could be 25 feet, total between the two buffers where they share the common property line.
I agree with that.
And you got a low, and they're sitting lower than the RA5 is, so that's.
Yeah, so there's visual screening as well as the
Yeah,
buffering.
yeah.
That's additional, without sacrificing the parking. I think probably the only caveat around that would be it's 10-foot buffer, but it would be, I don't know how to rephrase this, but when it starts narrowing down to 7 to 8 feet, I would not want to kind of necessarily have to force the applicant to have a variance because they're losing parking. So probably, I think maybe the greater of, lesser of 10 feet or what is available subject to the existing parking in place.
Right.
Would probably be a way I would phrase the language around having that buffer so that you still have it, the 10 feet can work for most of that northeastern boundary, but you accommodate those spaces where it starts to slip down and sliver down.
See, I've been back there a couple of times, and that brush has grown up. It has not been trimmed, never. And I think that they will have no problem with a 20-foot buffer. God bless you.
Are we able to bring up the site plan just really quickly? Just
Yeah, it'd be helpful to pull up the site plans.
Yeah.
Are you, Cornelius, are you able to show the,
Cornelius, is there a way to tell? Oh, okay.
Great. So the one thing I'd point out is that there's a line that says, right in, you were just over it, that says there's a distance of about 43 feet. It's right kind of in the middle of the triangle. And it runs from the lot line to the building line. So that's about 40 feet. And so just looking at this, 20 feet is smack middle in the middle of the parking lot.
Right.
So I would just say that we probably should maybe have a 10-foot buffer, which would be fittable within the existing non-parking areas. But obviously, as it tapers down, as you go kind of southeast on the site, you can have the buffer be limited to the lesser of 10 feet or non-parked area or existing area. That's why, to me, a 20-foot one just kind of eats up like half your parking spaces. So that's where my head was going in terms of LRO.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And again, we know the RA5 has its own buffer requirement.
You can still maintain it
Okay.
and have them update what existing
I think,
there.
I think he needs to clean that eastern side and the western side, definitely. What was that? Oh. Well, I would like to maintain a 20-foot buffer along the west side and get that cleaned up, whether it's with new landscaping or just cleaning it up. The north point, I think that should also be cleaned up. And I could buy into a 10-foot buffer along the northeast, along the RA5. But then that should be landscaped. So the recommended stipulations would be to reduce the south side buffer from 5 feet to 0. 20-foot buffer. Yes, I see what you're saying. That's all. I would like to maintain the 20-foot buffer along the western side because I know it's a pretty steep drop-off there into their property. If he cuts it back too much, he is going to have a problem. So 20 foot in the western side and a 10-foot buffer on the entire north and northeast side. That's number 2. Number 3, recommended that additional or new landscaping or cleanup be done along the west and the northeast property lines. And all landscaping is to be reviewed and approved by the Cobb County Arborist with final approval by the District 3 Commissioner. 5, I'm skipping. And 6, I really think, and this is really for Robin, number 6, I don't think that those vehicles if there are any vehicles, they should be removed. How about that? Yes. And I don't think we have to worry about outside lighting because everything is staying the same. And that's really it. And all other recommendations by the East Cobb Civic Association and the county staff, except where it's in conflict with the above.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Lindstrom.
Yes, that's a motion. And you have a second?
Yes, second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? No? Okay.
No?
Call the
Okay.
question. Motion is approved 4-0.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z53 of 2024, Mills Veterinary Property LLC, requesting rezoning from R30 and TS to NRC for a veterinary clinic in land lots 1 and 2 of the 20th District. The property is located on the west side of Cobb Parkway, south of Rutledge Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to the rezoning case at Z53? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
All right, you may begin. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Michelle Mills. I'm a veterinarian in Cobb County. I'm the owner of Mills Animal Hospital located on Cobb Parkway, 4514 North Cobb Parkway. We've been there for about 8 years, and we are hoping to expand our facility. Our square footage is about 2,400 square foot. We're at max capacity. I have 4 other veterinarians working for me, about 25 employees in addition to them. And we are on top of each other, so we need more space to help the residents of Cobb County to be able to see their patients. I don't know what else to say.
I'm Tom McCandless. I'm the civil engineer for the project, so I'll give you a little background. We originally rezoned a parcel, I believe it was 4825 North Cobb Parkway. It was just a little under an acre site. Basically, because of the size of the site became an encumbrance, cost-wise and just square foot-wise. So Dr. Mills has looked at another parcel, which we are looking at now, which is a little bit further north, same side, and it is approximately 3 acres. So basically the same facility, that the 5,600 square foot floor plan that was approved for the other for the previous property, we just utilized the same floor plan here. So nothing has gotten larger on this property. We have added a little bit more parking because we have the ability to do so. But in general, it's the same facility. We just shifted north about a quarter of a mile.
Okay. All right. Is that it? Okay. This is in District 1, and Fred Boulogne, Commissioner Boulogne will lead our discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So my first question, if you look at the visual being shown right now, you can see a driveway coming off Cobb Parkway. Does that existing driveway as shown service the house that's on the lot now, do you know?
It does.
Okay. Would you continue to use that driveway or use a new, you'd have to build a new driveway?
We'd build a new driveway. We talked to DOT and very early about it, and that driveway really isn't in compliance anymore. So we are proposing a new driveway that will just service our subject property.
Okay. That would create some decel lanes, and if I recall correct, they want a decel lane? Okay.
Correct.
So I'll leave it to you and the planning folks to work out the issues regarding stormwater runoff, that, regarding water coming downhill towards Cobb Parkway and such. They'll have some requirements and plan review about that. Let me just focus really on the two main issues I have, and I appreciate the discussion we've already had in this regard. And that would be just the noise with the residential neighborhood next door, and how we can deal with that. And it looks like you have a whole bunch of trees, first of all, that would remain, correct?
That's correct.
And that's fine with you that those trees remain past the house to the western boundary of the property?
Yes, the topography back there is very challenged. It couldn't be developed without great expense. So
Right.
we have decided to just leave that undeveloped. So the buffer that we show back there was just the minimum buffer, but you can see it's actually a much greater distance by leaving those trees in place.
Okay, and then you heard the 12 conditions that the county staff wants. Any problems with any of those is read?
No, sir.
And
All good.
just to clarify, one of them, it says accessory structure to be used for storage only. That's the existing house, correct?
Correct.
And then on that, are we fine with, for storage of supplies and equipment?
Yes.
Is that okay? That it's understood there wouldn't be any animals housed in that structure?
That is correct.
Okay. And then give me the total number of kennel spaces. What do you call each one of those? What's the right language?
That's good description.
And
So
what
what's your
was
maximum?
So are you asking for the number of kennels that can be housed at all? The total would be 55. But I think you and I discussed like 40 is a good overnight number. That leaves about 8 patients per veterinarian that is staffed at this point.
Okay. Let me just go over these other things I came up with that I thought might help alleviate those issues. And then the other restriction we talked about was this pumpkin vine issue with the sewer allotments and such, and we were concerned about making sure this would work here. So you understand that this would be something where you'd build this building and you wouldn't do a lot of further expansion on this property?
That's
I just
correct.
wanted to make sure that's understood, because I don't want you to get into a $1 million plus investment. I'm not asking the number, but I know it's going to be significant.
It's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, so I just don't want you getting into all that thinking this would be something where the sewer allotments there would allow triple the expansion down the road.
Yeah.
But comfortable building the structure and operating with those limitations, okay. Tell me if any of the following would be problematic then. Use limited to veterinary clinic only on the site?
Correct.
Okay. District Commissioner to approve final site plan, including any additional soundproofing requirements if she thinks having that wooded area is not sufficient. Maintain all existing wooded areas past the existing house structure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. No outdoor kennels?
No outdoor kennels.
Okay, so you're fine with that. The indoor kennels would be limited to a maximum of 55 with a maximum of 40 to be used for overnight purposes?
That's it.
Okay. No additional structures on the site besides those shown on your site plan as presented in your application packet, and no additional parking beyond that shown on plan number, page C2 of your preliminary site plan?
That's correct. Yeah, the one that shows the future parking, just want to make sure we
Okay.
get that in there.
And you put certain hours in your application. Are you fine with limiting the hours to 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. for the public to come to the clinic or to your?
I would be shortening my hours that I have now, and I have a hard time seeing the patients.
What are your hours now?
We're open 8 to 6.
Okay, so
Monday
8
through
to
Friday.
8 to 6, those okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And obviously that's for the public portion, and you'd have employees coming at other hours to check on
They
the.
come in a little bit earlier and they leave a little bit later, yeah.
Okay, but I'm just going to make a statement that would be the public hours that you're open. Okay. No problem with any of those restrictions? Okay. Mr. Chair, if any of my fellow commissioners have any questions? Okay. You can have a seat. I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the motion would be to approve with all the restrictions read in by Mr. Peterson at the outset of the meeting. Additionally, the use of the building is to be limited strictly to a veterinary clinic. The district commissioner to approve the final site plan, including any additional soundproofing requirements she thinks necessary. There are to be no outdoor kennels. All wooded areas currently in existence past the existing house on the property, which is to remain, should remain substantially natural and in their present form as a wooded area for soundproofing purposes. There'll be a total limitation of 55 kennels with not more than 40 of those to be used for overnight purposes. And again, all those are indoor kennels. Again, no outdoor kennels. No additional structures are to be placed on the site beyond the new and the proposed building and the as shown on Plan C2 that was submitted with the application packet, and no additional parking beyond that shown on Plan C2, the preliminary site plan, are to be built. The hours of operation should be limited to 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. for public, for customer bringing and coming back to pick up animals. What's that? Monday through Saturday. Yes, that was in the application.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Boulogne for Z53.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Question from staff.
Did you want to put that back on consent for the BOC?
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, Again, we have a motion for Z53,
Second.
second, and we will put that on consent. Any additional discussion? Call the question. And motion is approved 4-0. Real quick, I know Z56, I think the applicant's got to be somewhere else. Can we take that out of order real quick? Yes. No, Z56, it was on consent, and we moved it to regular.
Okay, rezoning case Z56 of 2024, Artemis Hotel Group requests rezoning from O&I to RRC for a multifamily residential development in land lots 949, 978, and 979 of the 17th District. The property is located on the southwesterly side of Cobb Parkway, north of Riverview Parkway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to this application? The record shows no one opposed.
Please proceed, Parks.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Parks Huff for the law firm Sam's Larkin Huff, and I represent the applicant in regards to this proposal. And this was on the consent, so I'm not going to make a full presentation because I don't think it. Here we go. So this is a hotel conversion. There's the Homewood Suites in the Cumberland Galleria area just on 41. This gives you the context of the area. It's directly across the street. It has a little bit of road frontage on 41, but most of it sits behind it. And right across from Acres Mill, obviously, we all know the wonderful activity there. It's a wonderful older hotel, but it doesn't compete with the newer hotels because the newer hotels have different room sizes and different layouts. So it's getting to the point where it's either needs to be torn down, maybe rebuilt, or just kind of continues on. But this is a great opportunity for a hotel conversion. So there it again gives you the context of it. This is almost, as a Homewood Suites, it was almost designed like an apartment complex. So it's the perfect conversion from hotel to multifamily. You can see it has a clubhouse, it has a pool, the rooms have a bedroom, small seating room, little kitchenette. So it is perfectly designed to convert to multifamily use. This, again, gives you the perspective of the clubhouse, the pool. It feels like really a multifamily complex. So the proposal is simply to go ahead and allow the zoning to be changed to RC, which is the kind of the process that the county has used in similar situations. And we know housing is needed in the area. You hear me say it all the time. Average household size in Cobb County is 2.5 people. That's a lot of 1 and 2 bedroom, 1 and 2 person households that need places to live. This is a great opportunity for someone to live and close to where they work, close to entertainment, and also something that this board does not recognize and should recognize more. It is proximity to transit. And so as we encourage, really one of the solutions or ways to solve traffic problems is having people have better access to transit. So this is just a great opportunity to do that. So we ask that you follow your staff recommendation to approve it. I understand Mr. Anderson might have a couple questions and comments, but the staff recommended approval with the conditions that they put on it, the 7 conditions, and we're great with all those conditions.
All right, thank you, Parks. There's no oppositions, and this is in District 2, so Commissioner Anderson will lead our discussion here.
Okay, great. Thank you for the overview of that, Parks. I'm going to have you sit for a second. I'm just going to ask DOT representatives from DOT a quick question, then I'll just summarize some of the changes. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good morning, Ligia Florem, DOT.
Hi, good morning, Ligia. Hi. So my main question was on the DOT comments. There are 2 access points for this site. One very close to Cobb, one more in, and currently both are, I believe, gated. Is there, just can you walk through your commentary, particularly as it relates to what should be done with that access point that is at the top, whether that should be restricted in any way, given the 50-foot requirements that you usually have? Or,
Yes.
so if you can talk to that, help me understand how that should be dealt with, that'd be helpful, given the proposed use.
Correct. So we have made the comment upon redevelopment or upon should any building reconstruction or order redevelopment be done. So anything that triggers a land disturbance permit, then they will implement this comment that make mitigation to the 50-foot buffer between Cobb Parkway and the entrance. However, at this point, we're not recommending for them to implement those unless they trigger the land disturbance permit.
Okay, got it. And then are there any comments, and I think they were, just given the change in use, even though they aren't actually doing any land disturbance per se, is the change in use, I think there was a requirement for a traffic study, a submittal to. Have you received that? And if so, is there any kind of key takeaways from that traffic study that we should kind of know of at this point?
Yeah, so we did receive the traffic study, and we have essentially approved it, except for the minor editorial comments that we provided at the last submittal that they did to us. And we did not see any problems with the existing use versus the previous use. So all of the intersections that were studied perform at an adequate level, even in the future.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. And can I have the applicant come back up as well, please? All right. So Parks, I wanted to kind of run through a couple of stipulations, that, things that kind of stood out to me. I went to the site, but since it's gated, didn't really go in and didn't want to have to go and interact with people to actually get a gate ticket out to come out, since it's a hotel use that has restricted ingress and egress. I didn't have the benefit of actually seeing more than just the outside and the exterior of the site. So a couple of things, just would there be any issues with having all of the signage be ground-based as opposed to the current signage, which is, I think, more elevated and has the Homewood Suites logo right off of Cobb Parkway?
Yeah, I mean, this is the, I mean, that can be converted to ground base if that's appropriate. The only hesitation I have is that is our access to 41 and visibility. We wouldn't want any signage that has a visibility, creates visibility issues. So, because people need to be seeing turning movements, but we would comply with the county's sign ordinance, and I don't see anything special in this case that would require, the use change from hotel to multifamily. I'm struggling with why we don't just trust the county sign ordinance to handle it.
Yeah, so for kind of my thinking on that was that there is a element of a planned office complex that this is adjacent to, Riverwood, which I think generally has a higher end, a nice aesthetic around it. And this is, not that this is a bad sign per se, but I think just for the signage of that area, preference, if we are going to keep that access point, would be to actually have that signage be a little bit more modest and perhaps have most of the circulation. Again, I'm not speaking out, I mean, we rely on the traffic study and what it says, so, take, and ultimately site plan review will determine what's needed. But to me, the ethos of that area is that there's multifamily that has gone up that has, I think, probably is subjective higher end looking signage than what is being proposed for this. Or if you were to just reuse and put like the name of an apartment complex on that sign. So I think it was just more of an aesthetic matter to
Yes.
be consistent with the quality of whatever apartments are going
If you
up.
want to add that any new signage would be ground-based monument-style signs, we're great with that.
Great.
And I do want to note, too, that I believe that entrance that is close to 41 is an exit, I say entrance, the driveway that is there, it's gated as an exit only.
Yeah, I mean, I again defer to the traffic study in terms of how the circulation. My concern was that when you come out there, it's a little bit of you don't see what's coming from your left, and
Yeah.
you have Cobb Parkway on your left.
Yeah.
So ideally, I would probably recommend most of the traffic and the movement
Go to the
be
other.
further.
Yeah.
The entrance that actually, and that is actually how it is right now, where, like you said, they redirect all the traffic and the check-in to that entrance that's further away from Cobb Parkway. So,
But yeah, we're very comfortable with a added stipulation that any additional signage would be ground-based monument-style sign in compliance with the county sign ordinance.
okay, great. And then the, I know there was a comment in stormwater about the existing impervious coverage it wasn't on the site plan, but it's obviously an existing building and you're not doing any land disturbance, so.
Yeah, there's no going to be any changes or any addition to the impervious.
Yep, okay. We don't have any elevations. My understanding though is that this will be,
And that's the elevations. I mean, we're not,
okay.
It's converting it.
So you're keeping largely intact the existing exterior? Okay.
Yeah, that's the architecture, what's there. It's
okay.
cementitious siding and.
But there are no plans to effectively change that? It's just strictly like just keep it as is? Okay. And then can you kind of point me on the site plan where trash and dumpster?
I don't have on the, I was trying to find it on the site plan. I didn't see where the dumpsters are. But we would agree to an additional condition that any dumpsters would be enclosed and comply with current dumpster requirements.
Okay. So any dumpsters would be enclosed and comply with the current, okay. And in terms of the actual fit out of the units, these units, I'm assuming, are being redeveloped. Are they being changed to have certain features like that are consistent with the kind of a Class A standard within the general market? So LVP, quartz, just some of these. We've in the past put some additional stipulations around the quality of the units being kind of upgraded as a. So that's more of a general statement, but. I would say, would you be amenable to just a broad statement around Class A standards in terms of additional fit outs?
Yeah.
And
I would, yes, we're great with that.
okay, all right, great. And then the only other recommendation I believe from staff was to have minor modifications subject to district commissioner approval. You said you're fine with that?
Yep.
The variance on the parking. Okay. And then I didn't think I had anything else that jumped out to me based on the prior comments. Based on my prior questions, I think that covered it. Did any of my fellow commissioners have any questions on this case?
I do not.
Oh.
Thank you. Let's just talk about the parking variance. What are you asking for? What would otherwise be required?
I don't have that number right in front of me. Mr. Peterson, do you looking for it?
Okay. I'll move on to another question. I'll let staff tell us about that. How many units, how many bedrooms per unit?
They're all single bedroom. There are no doubles.
Do you have any thoughts offhand on the adequacy of parking given the different uses? So right now, you're basically a long-term rental, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that this is in a very urbanized area, you have large offices right next door with a lot of employment, your walking distance to transit. So the parking is going to be very adequate for the number of residents that would be living there. And in terms of traffic, you actually have a lower traffic count, I believe, with multifamily than you do with rental of hotel rooms.
And so your plan would be to have all these as rental units, correct?
Is what?
Rental units?
Correct.
And how many total units is that?
124.
Thank you. Were we able to find that anywhere regarding the degree of the variance?
Yeah, they're required to have 217 parking spaces based on the zoning code, and they're providing 136 parking spaces.
136?
Yes.
Do you have any studies to indicate the adequacy of that relative to 124 units?
I don't have a specific study, but the use of it, that's more than one parking space per unit.
Have you done any similar conversions with
Yeah, and they all have similar, the conversions I've done have been in less urbanized areas with less access to transit, and they have had similar parking variances. They anticipate single occupancy typically, and at most one car. And some people can legitimately live here and not own a car and still be able to get around.
It looks like this site's been pretty close to maxed out. Is that fair?
Correct. Yeah.
So there really isn't a lot of land left here for additional parking?
No, there's not. And it would be, I think, just if you created additional parking, it would just be a waste of creating more impervious space for something that's not needed.
Thank you.
Great. Unless any of my fellow commissioners have any other questions of staff or of the applicant, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please proceed.
Okay. My motion is to approve the rezoning from O&I to RRC, subject to the following. The site plan received by the zoning division as of August 1st, 2024, with minor modifications to be approved by the district commissioner, or if unavailable, the county chair, district commissioner, or if unavailable, the county chair to approve final elevations. The variance stated in the zoning comments, that refers to the parking. Requirement that all dumpsters will be enclosed and on separate pads. A requirement that all signage will be ground-based monument signage. A requirement that all units will be fit out with a standard consistent with neighboring Class A multifamily properties. All fire department comments and recommendations, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, and Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And and that is my motion.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Anderson.
Second.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 4-0.
Consent,
And
could it be put back on consent at BSC level?
I'm sorry, I thought you asked, is it lunchtime yet? No, just kidding. No, it can be, yes, on consent, that's no
Put it
problem.
back on consent. Okay. All right. All right, this seems like a good spot to take a break, lunch break, and we will reconvene at 1:15.
Man, this is just tough.
Welcome back to the Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing for October 1st, 2024. John, if you want to call our next case, please.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z55, Irma v. Palacios. Request a rezoning from CF to R12 for a single-family residence in land lots 278 and 299 of the 17th district. The property is located on the northwest corner of South Cobb Drive and Waldrop Circle, north of Dink Lane. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for Z55, Irma v. Palacios? Is there anyone here opposed to the case? Mr. Vice Chairman of the Board, the applicant is not present, and there's no one here that's in opposition.
Okay, this case is in District 2. Commissioner Anderson, what's your pleasure?
Yeah, I'd move that we hold this for 30 days.
Continue it.
Or, sorry, continue.
Okay, we'll continue that one.
All right, we have a motion to continue Z57. Any discussion? I'm sorry, we had a second? Did we have a second? Okay, we have a second. Any discussion?
Second.
Sorry. There was a second down here. No discussion? Call the question. Motion approves 4-0.
Okay. Is Adam Rose in here? Because he has the next case. Okay, we'll skip Z57 because he was here. He's not here right now.
Okay.
So we'll move on to rezoning case Z58. You read that one in.
Okay.
Rezoning case Z58, DeAndre Gay requests a rezoning from R20 to RA6 for townhome condominiums in land lot 189 of the 18th district. The property is located on the south side of Community Road, east of Mapleton Parkway. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z58? 2? Okay, let the record show there's 2 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board for or against the application, please come forward and be sworn in.
All right. Hello, my name is Kevin Plinge with Fathom Architecture, the design team responsible for this along with the applicant. So the current parcel is part of the medium density future land use. Our rezoning is to RA5, which conforms with the medium density on the upper end of that density. The site plan that we have proposed, let that get pulled up. There we go. We had sent in a revised one at the time. The due date of whatever it was, 2 weeks ago. Okay. There's not much of a change, so I can speak to the deviations if unless you find it. No? Okay. We can go back to the site plan, then I'll just kind of point out some differences. Okay.
That's not it.
That's not it either.
There's our familiar friendly site plan. Okay, so we have 10 units. This is a townhome complex with an HOA, and so even though these are kind of arranged in a duplex format, it's still going to be a total townhome and HOA.
I'm sorry, could you speak into the mic?
Sorry, yeah,
Can't
no
hear
problem. So even though it's arranged looking like duplexes, they are townhomes and a total HOA. There's not a lot split happening on this property. There are buffer requirements around this. We have provided those. There will be a underwater stormwater detention facility that's on the back drive access. There is an existing easement access for the property owner that is just to the south. That is being maintained and actually upgraded from a gravel drive to what is going to be part of the community. There will not be any gated access, limiting that easement. Part of what DOT requested is that the full length of Community Road all the way to Mapleton Parkway be upgraded. Those upgrades include adding a curb and gutter to both the north and south side of Community Road, as well as widening the actual paved asphalt by an additional 2 feet, so that we have 11 feet of drive on Community Road. As far as we also have some small amenity areas with a dog park in portions of the what will remain wooded east property. So we think this conforms to what's already happening in the area. This is part of a commercial corridor. There's a church across the street, well established. There are also other medium density housing just to the south of this property. And then if we could also maybe go to the elevations of the design as well.
That was part of the package.
It was, yes. And so these are the proposed designs with a mixture of wood cladding, some certain fiber cement treatments, as well as brick detailing. The brick detailing also ties in the church that's across the street. So this is not something that is going to stand out too greatly, but it will actually enhance the overall design of Mapleton. And we worked with the planners to also conform that the rooftop stair and its access piece is actually a sloping roof that conforms to the limited height plane of the ordinance. So those are most of what we wanted to describe, and can take any questions when necessary.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. We'll hear from the opposition, and then don't go too far, though. We'll have questions for you.
My name is Robin Meyer, and I co-chair the Zoning Committee for the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. We're pleased to see such an interesting and innovative proposal for this parcel that is not surrounded by single-family housing, as was the case earlier today. This parcel is in an area that really is transitioning from a single-family neighborhood to more commercial uses, essentially the church, and then further up Community Road at the intersection of Mapleton Parkway and Community Road. Earlier this year, I believe, you approved, or the Board of Commissioners approved an application for an insurance office. So we see this proposal as a good one to buffer the single-family neighborhood from these essentially commercial uses. Although I know a church is not officially commercial, it's certainly not residential either. We do have a couple of requests to make, which we understand are appropriate, or acceptable to the applicants. First, I can't tell from the drawings that we saw on the overhead just a moment ago, but we've seen elevations that had rooftop pergolas and shade structures. We understand that they would have required a variance, and I don't know if they remain in the plan. Excuse me, but we would support a height variance to accommodate those. It's not as if there is a whole solid second or extra story to this building, but rather something that visually is rather see-through, if you would, but would provide a great amenity for these townhouses. We would also like to see a couple of conditions. One is that the HOA be responsible for the exterior maintenance. We think that's important, that maintenance be landscaping and the building itself. We think that's important for such a small HOA and for the continuity of the look of these buildings. I think we've all seen situations in which, one townhouse gets a new roof and the next one doesn't. That's the kind of thing we would like to avoid here. Because this is going to be a private road, we would also look for a developer-funded specific reserve for repaving at an amount that is set by DOT. We've seen that proposal in another zoning case. I don't have the language here with me today, but I think the gist of it is that with the assistance of DOT, looking at those numbers, we will have some degree of comfort that the future HOA will have the funds available when the time comes to repave the road. And then lastly, a 10% rental limitation, which would equal 1 unit. So we hope that this proposal will ultimately be approved, and we look forward to welcoming these new neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other opposition, this case is in District 4, so I'll lead the discussion here. If I can have the applicants come back up. I think first and foremost, I wanted to be sure you guys had a chance to take a look at staff's analysis and their recommendations.
Yes, we have.
And you have a response to them? Are you comfortable with what they're recommending?
We're comfortable with what they're recommending, yes.
Okay, because one of the items I wanted to be sure highlight for you, well, one is no variances, and are you saying now, based on your most recent site plan and maybe the elevations, that no variances are needed?
We have a variance for a front yard setback. That should be already included in there.
Okay. And then one of the other items was a max density of 5 units to the acre, which I think is going to further reduce the number of units.
That was from an initial meeting, and we had already revised to have the max number of 5 units per acre. So that's what we've got now.
Well, that means you would only have 8, and I think your site plan just showed us 10, if I saw that correctly.
And we had run the calculations before to where we could have it up to that amount. So I'll need to we'll take a look at that just to confirm. But we had run it so that we were 1 over by the previous calculations, and that was where we had 11 on the site plan, and then we've reduced that down.
John, if you could just clarify for me, if at 5 units to the acre and we're on 1.74 acres?
For 1.74 acres, at 5 units per acre, that would be 8.7 units. We can't have a 0.7, so it'd be 8.
Okay.
Okay, well then, the variance would still be then to have the 10 units total.
Make sure so you're requesting a variance to go up to 10, is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Sorry, forgive me. I thought that, and just for the clarification, we had submitted this with a variance, not a variance, with a rezoning of RA 6 or 5?
5,
Six.
RE6, RE6.
RA6 on there?
6.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So that's why the rezoning is for RA6.
So just so they're deleting it, their staff's recommendation would be deleted to RE5,
Okay.
just so we're clear. And that zoning is consistent with what's contiguous to the south of the property in question. That zoning is RA5.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Then yes, then we would accept going down to 8 units.
okay. And just listening to some of the comments from the community organization, MIC, you're fine with an HOA, establishing an HOA that would be responsible for exterior maintenance of the structures?
Yes.
Okay. And then a 10% rental limitation?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, these are all intended as for sale, except for one of them that is for sale that one of those owners could rent it out.
Okay.
So,
And then I know these are private streets, and
Yes.
I just want to confirm that with y'all. And it was mentioned that you establish and fund a separate account for the benefit of future homeowners for the purposes of future private street maintenance.
correct.
And I have the language here that I want to suggest we include as a stipulation. I'm going to read it to you specifically. It says, prior to the approval of the initial final plat, the applicant agrees to perform a third-party street maintenance reserve study that's subject to review and approval by the Cobb County Department of Transportation. And the applicant will fund the private street maintenance reserve fund, and with the prescribed amount as determined by the reserve study. So you're fine with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think the only other
This was it.
question was,
They're saying.
okay, all right. And then there was a question about rooftop pergolas.
Yes.
And similar structures. Will these units have rooftop pergolas at this point?
So in that respect, we'd be willing to fully support what the improvement committee has recommended. And if it would require a variance for that.
Okay, oh, go ahead.
If it would require a variance for that, we would, why not put this way? We would support that design and apply for that variance, assuming that the rest of the rezoning was going to be approved. And we had that originally submitted. We believe there's kind of a gray area within Cobb County's ordinance when it comes to rooftop structures because it doesn't provide for these kind of amenity spaces. It basically says anything on top of a roof that's built exceeds the height limit, but it doesn't allow for these kind of more modern designs that could allow for more amenable space. So we removed that from the design so that we reduce the number of barriers in the rezoning variance.
Gotcha.
However, if what we're hearing is that the community would actually support that design, then, and I know this is kind of putting the cart before the horse, but that assuming the planning commission would support that as well, we would then request that variance be added back in. It's kind of
I got you. Okay. Well, those are all my questions. I'm going to look to my fellow commissioners here to see if they have any questions or comments to share. Any questions of staff? Okay. All right. John, what is staff's recommendation here, just for the record?
It was to delete it to RA5 with a maximum of 5 units per acre, and there were some other conditions in there also.
Okay. All right. I think with that, I agree with some of the commentary I heard earlier with respect to the type of product, housing product. I think it's a great opportunity and would act as a very good transition from what is largely somewhat of a commercial corridor into the single-family area. The architecture is unique as well, and so I would recommend approval of this, of a Z58, deleting it to RA5 as requested by staff. But I do want to read in the recommendations from staff too, just for the record. The final site plan will be approved by the district commissioner, or if unavailable, the county chair. The final elevations to be approved by the district commissioner, or if unavailable, the county chair. We'll approve the one variance for the rooftop pergola or similar structures if needed.
Okay.
Maximum density of 5 units per acre. Fire department comments and recommendations. Water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Stormwater management divisions comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And that would be my motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. The motion is approved 4-0. Well, almost, yeah, 4-0. Okay, that's
All right.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z57, Cameron LR Development LLC, request rezoning from CS and LI to LI for a warehouse in land lots 686, 687, 699, and 700 of the 18th district. The property is located on the northwest corner of Hartman Road and Lake Correca Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z57. Let the record says no one opposed.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission. Thank you for juggling the order as we came back. We're happy to give that courtesy to allow that case to be heard before us. Again, good afternoon. I'm Adam Rosen. I represent the applicant in this rezoning application, Cameron LR Development. This is Z57. This is an approximately 38-acre tract on Hartman Road and Lake Correca Road, which is on your screen now. We have a group with us here today, and I want to make sure that they're recognized because I want to make sure that you know that we have a pretty significant team that's working on this project with a lot of experience, not only in this industrial world, but also with this particular property. We have two engineering and water representatives in the professional side. Wayne Matthews with Southeastern Engineering is our lead project engineer, who you've seen the plan design from, and then David Huter with United Consulting, who is our expert with anything water-related, buffer-related, and will help us through the process with the county through plan review after this and through the state process with EPD for buffer requests. And then as far as our applicant representation, Lance Ravenscraft and Nick Wood are here for Cameron, who are experts in the industrial area, who are very familiar themselves now with this property and with this area, and are your applicants and future owners of the property. Southeastern was involved when the southern portion of this property, which used to be one larger tract, was developed. They were the lead project engineers for that development, which is now, as you can see, an industrial development there. The overall property used to be, again, one larger tract. It was zoned back in 2006 for residential homes and industrial. At that time, I think 125 homes with industrial on the front of the property, similar to the location of our proposed building location on the northeastern portion of the property. More recently, within the last few years, the southern portion was separated, and that's the part of the project that Southeastern was involved in when this southern portion was developed. So well-studied, well-experienced with this area of the county in general, and this property and this project overall. Lake Correca, Hartman Road may not be an area that you know of or have heard of. This is the southernmost portion of the county, this triangular area of the county bounded by the Chattahoochee, the county boundary on the west, and then I-20 to the north. We've had other applications just north of 20, and we've always been focused on this area south of 20. This triangular area is the priority industrial area of the county. And you'll see that on the future land use map, that almost the entirety of it is that priority industrial area of the county. And you see that reflected in, except for this property and some of the outliers from the past, zoned light industrial, heavy industrial. So almost exclusively, and you can see that more obviously from the rooftops. Those white all represent large warehouse and industrial buildings. So that's the character of the area. I pulled the quick facts from the staff analysis just to look at some of those. Again, we've talked about some of that already. The CS and LI, the 2006 zoning, that's the 125 homes it's zoned for with the industrial on the front. Our proposed zoning, light industrial for the proposed use of warehouse. And then the priority industrial area that the future land use map represents. This is the type of development that the priority industrial area looks for. It's not small-scale industrial with a lot of outdoor storage. It's this larger scale industrial that's potentially warehouse distribution, large-scale technology, this type of development, and that's what you see in this area. That's what you see proposed. And that's important because we're going to hear and talk a little bit about the potential to develop a smaller area of this property if we were to not impact the stream that we'll talk about. That would not serve the purpose of the priority industrial area. This type of development in this area is what the priority industrial area calls for, and that's what we've proposed. So we'll look a little bit more at that with the actual site plan and application itself. Your staff has recommended approval. The variance initially expected for the parking depth reducing from 19 feet to 18 is not needed. So we do not need that variance. We've stricken that from our request. The only thing that is required of this application throughout the light industrial code is for the impervious buffer and for the 50-foot stream buffer. Otherwise, the proposal is to build to the light industrial ordinance. You don't have a stipulation letter from me with a lot of other details and complications because we're not asking to do anything other than develop to the ordinance with the impact to the buffer area that we'll talk about. And you can see that reflected in the staff conditions proposed, just subject to staff recommendations and conditions and site plan approval. The site plan that has been proposed and changed a little bit throughout the process that we'll talk about those minor changes. Part of that was done to be more focused on the actual engineering that we would normally see in the plan review and the EPD process. This is putting back to where we started with the initial application. This shows the area to be developed in the front with the remaining either as future developed, undeveloped at this time. The proposed building footprint is there, the parking area is there, the entrance locations are there, and the stormwater detention pond location that's proposed. After the applicant's meeting, for the applicant's meeting, this was the initial plan that was filed. After the applicant's meeting, we went back and addressed DOT comments and the comments from the applicant's meeting to meet the DOT improvements, decel lane, relocated the entrance drive, did some things to meet what was required from the applicant's meeting to begin to address some of the staff comments. Again, same concept, same location of building, same overall development, just to start to address some of the staff comments. And then most recently, in response to concern and potentially get further down the road for engineering as it relates to the stream that crosses the property, we've now shown you what actually it would look like to reroute and pipe the stream that's there, the one stream that would be impacted by the development, and to show more detail for the engineering that would be done for the water quality structures that would be implemented. So that's the overall development, that's the overall project that's proposed. We've also submitted proposed architecture. If you've been in this area and you've driven around Hartman Road and those around here, this is what you see in the area. This is what priority industrial area looks like in general. It's what is expected. It's what is contemplated by the county in that future land use. And this is what the adjoining property looks like in the majority of the properties around us. And so it's consistent with what you'll see in the area, and that's been provided during the initial application process. So to talk a little bit more about the actual stream impact, since those are the only two variances, there are 3 different crossings, stream crossings on the property. There's the one in the front that you see intersecting with our building. Then there's 2 more as you move further to the back of the site. Those 2 in the back of the site are not being impacted by this proposed development. The one in the front is what's called an intermittent stream. It's not an ephemeral stream, so it's not a year-round water-filled stream. And you can see at the top of the screen the rounded section of the stream buffering that shows that that's where that stream actually starts, as opposed to the stream in the middle where you can see the line stop and keep going straight up. That stream continues north. This one's generated by the stormwater runoff from the site to the north of us. So it's not a year-round filled stream. It's not coming through multiple properties. It's starting with the stormwater treatment and runoff from the property to the north of us. It then runs through our site and eventually off our site to the south, and you can follow some of the lines on this site plan to show you where it flows currently. So the proposal here is to take that intermittent stream, whatever water is there throughout the year, which again dry at times, and to pipe it around the front of the building. And you can see that pipe shown on the plan. The water that's coming through that area is either coming from the detention pond to the north or the runoff from the property to the north. Instead, now it will go through our water quality twice before it leaves our property and headed towards the Chattahoochee. There's a concern that has been raised about what this does to water headed towards the Chattahoochee. It's now treated 2 or 3 times because of this proposal. We have the engineering with us to give you the idea that this is not an extreme request, it's not an extraordinary request. This is less than 5 acres of the property that we would be left with if we were not able to impact the stream. With that, you have a hardship for the variances that are requested in a reasonable way to develop this in the way that the priority industrial area calls for. We're happy to answer any questions about that. Out of time, and only have a couple of other things. We're to show you the staff comments for stormwater. Just to remind you that this is a planning board. This is appropriate from a land use planning perspective. This is exactly what's supposed to be here in this area. We need to remember to leave up to the engineers and the county staff and the state level EPD these conditions, and to make sure that we leave to them to make sure that we've satisfied those requirements, which we know that we can do.
Mr.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, their time has expired. They went over by about a minute.
Okay. All right. We can provide the opposition an extra minute if needed. Okay.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We will hear from the opposition.
Good afternoon. My name is Robin Meyer, and I co-chair the Zoning Committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. We agree that this property is suitable, is likely to be light industrial. It certainly is in a priority industrial area, and we would never advocate that it be developed residentially, which is the case, which is the zoning category for some of it. However, that doesn't mean that every piece of property in this zone is suitable for the type of development that has happened on the adjacent parcel, or the parcel next door, or the parcel next door. The saturation, really, of this parcel with streams and their adjacent stream buffers obviously limits what can be done with it. When you look at the overhead that you've seen on the GIS map and the others that Mr. Rosen has shown you, you will see that this is the last parcel left. And there's a reason it's the last parcel left, and that is because it is so severely compromised. We would never claim to be stormwater engineers. I'm about as far from that as you're going to see at this podium today. However, it simply does not seem feasible to us to place the building in the path of running water. We understand that there's a plan to pipe it. We don't fully understand that plan. And we would simply ask that you look very, very hard at it before granting approval for this rezoning. Because once the rezoning takes place, then it's really a matter of making it work. And I think the question of does it work should be addressed on the front end before the zoning takes place. Like I opened with, there's no presumption that land is equal. Just because the parcel south of the stream was suitable for that large warehouse does not mean that north of the stream is too. It also does not mean that this parcel could not be developed with something with a smaller footprint. There are plenty of light industrial uses that we have in inappropriate areas in the county that would probably love to have a relatively small site like this in a priority industrial area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if there's no additional opposition, if I could have the applicant come back up. All right,
Yes,
Adam,
sir.
so you've heard some of the concerns, obviously, that the community has.
Yes, sir.
And I mean, the existing land use in the area is obvious. I mean, it's industrial, and it has been for quite some time, from a practice standpoint, and then also from a land use policy standpoint for years. Obviously, placing the proposed building over what you characterize as an intermittent stream poses some challenges, but challenges that maybe can be addressed. And I don't know if you need to have some of your engineers come up, but I'd like to hear more about the plan to, one, pipe this finger or intermittent stream around and replace it with a pipe. And then also, you referenced during your presentation, 2 water quality structures that will,
Right.
are intended to ensure that the runoff is of top quality as it heads to the ultimate location, which is Chattahoochee. So if you could kind of address those.
I don't know, can you, if I pointed this overhead, I don't guess you see that on your screen.
I think we can. Well, maybe not.
I can give you a little more detail on the general idea, and if we do need some more specific answers, we can certainly have Wayne or David do that. So I guess starting at the northern portion of the site plan where the stream starts on the property north of us. Sure. You can show it on here, okay. I've come up always having PowerPoint, so this is the problem with that. All right, so the northern area of where the stream starts, and this is runoff from the property to the north of us. This is the detention facility for that northern property. And so the water that's coming off of this site and out of their detention facility is running through our property. So it's not a stream that continues north of that property or that's year-round water. It's just whatever their runoff is. It's following this path that's shown here. And again, this is much further than you would typically see at this point in the process. This water doesn't even show on the county's map. We just are showing it because we know that we've discovered that it's there because we're that far along in engineering, but it's not one that you would otherwise know about just from what the county shows. So that tells you what level it is. So it starts there, runs through our property here. So instead of it going this same direction, this is the mitigation area. This buffer area that we're impacting, we then work with Frank Gibson and the state, and we replace that buffer area somewhere else on site. So that's one of the concerns. Can you replace it somewhere else and have that buffer somewhere else? We have 38 acres, we know that we can. So we put that somewhere else on the property. That goes through the review process, that gets approved to be somewhere else. So that's now dedicated buffer area somewhere else. So that's mitigation, number one. And then at that northern area, you see the start of our pipe, and it pipes the water around. This right here is identified as a proprietary water quality feature that, in Wayne's words, is volunteered at this early phase because he expects that the EPD will eventually ask for that. So again, much farther along than normal, but we're going ahead to show that that's what we would expect to see there. So the water that's coming from north is treated in the pond, and then the water that's coming off this site that's not treated comes through here and now gets piped. That water that's already treated in their pond now has a second level of treatment through this facility. The water that was coming off without any treatment in their facility now gets treated by that first facility. And then it goes to our pond here and is treated here. So you have water that's either treated twice or 3 times now, and then it leaves our pond off-site. And so one of the things that Robin and I talked about was the impact to, say, the Chattahoochee River, as this water leaves our site and further on down the line, it's now treated 2 to 3 times, whereas it wasn't before. And so that's what I was referring to as far as the multiple layers of treatment that's required and that this water will now go to. So not only do you make up for having the buffer somewhere else in dedicated buffer area somewhere else on site, you also now treat the water more. So out of the variance, you don't have harm because you actually make it better for the water that's leaving the site. And we know that the less than 5 acres that I referred to, this area that could actually be developed, if we didn't impact it, you're now building, the smaller scale industrial that I referred to that doesn't meet what the priority industrial area objective is. That language is very specific towards targeting larger scale warehouse distribution, not your smaller heavy industrial, light industrial, 5 acre or less sites. It's providing larger scale areas for employment, technology, things that you can't do with less than 5 acres. And so that was the point about the front of the property there.
Okay.
And again, happy to have, that's me and you were learning a lot about stormwater and buffering that we hadn't in the past. So that's what I've taken from this. To the extent that Wayne or David can answer more, they're happy to.
Okay.
We have them here for that.
I have one more question for you, and then I'll see if my fellow commissioners have. With respect to the size of the facility, a proposed facility is over 253,000 square feet.
Correct.
Have you looked at reducing the size of it to minimize or eliminate the impact to the stream? And what is that?
You know, that's always something that we're looking at. In this case, it's not a matter of how much we encroach. We know that to be able to do any meaningful development here, that's that type of development for this area, you have to impact that stream. You can't just encroach a little bit. You have to do what we're proposing. So either way, you're crossing it and needing to reroute it. I think what may happen that you could also hear from Wayne or David is that as we go through the process with the county and the state, to the extent that when we study Lake Careca and do a dam study, which is another one of the conditions that we'll have to go through, to the extent that we're in the dam breach zone, we lose some building area because of that. That could happen. But I think the idea of reducing the building size to avoid the impact to the stream buffer, no, because either way you have to build across it, if that makes sense.
Okay, all right. That's all of my questions right now for the applicant. I'm going to look to my fellow commissioners. Adam, I think.
Adam, I had one. No problem. I think you had said before that the only kind of impacted area was the intermittent stream, and just might be part of my ignorance there, but it looks like there's a area that is effectively a turnaround, kind of hammerhead that is on the left that seems to be within the, is that not within that other buffer?
Yeah, so that is showing the potential for connection to the next area that's not within a stream. That's just a crossing. There's a different, it doesn't have the same requirements of approval from the county and state level as far as buffer encroachment, because it's just a crossing. But that is, yes, that is what that is showing there.
Okay, got it.
When I say impact, I'm saying the one that we're having to actually impact by rerouting.
Got it, great. And how many, just want to get a sense of this industrial facility, how many dock doors will you have at this facility?
We don't know that at this point. So we know the footprint, we know the general architecture. The next step after zoning would be to get more specific with actual potential tenants. The goal would be to build it out for a tenant or tenants if known. If not, it would be built out more on a speculative basis under the same architecture and footprint, and then, you know, have a better sense of what that is at that point.
Got it.
As far as dock bays and location and the actual design.
Okay, and I can't read it, but what's the depth of that truck court? Is that, say, 180? Or
I don't know that.
Okay.
130?
Sorry, 130?
Yes. Wayne, do you want to come up and answer that?
And the reason I'm asking, I'm just trying to think about what type of uses are here. I generally that's a smaller truck court than I've seen for a building of that size. But you guys are the experts on it, and so I just wanted to understand if this was going to be like a lower intensity industrial, or is it largely going to be heavy kind of 24-hour operation, trailer activity, or something where you're looking for more of a fulfillment type operation where you don't need as deep of a truck court?
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is at this point not knowing exactly what that need is to design something that we know that we can build here, can accommodate, you know, a large variety of what those uses may be, but not knowing what the specific tenant is. You want to answer what the specific links are?
If I can help there, yeah, 130 feet is pretty much the minimum length you'd like to see in a truck court, because it allows for a trailer to be backed up to the building itself, and then for other trucks to make maneuvers beyond it. That's basically the minimum you'll see in the industry.
Yeah,
As we
I've usually
set
seen
that
larger
bar.
ones, that's why I was,
Yeah.
I-
That's
I-
about and it was smaller here on purpose because of the constraints of the property. We've tried to best fit it, if you will, best we
Okay.
could.
okay, great, thank you for the additional color on that.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
I do.
Okay, hold on.
I have a question for you, Adam. Or maybe the engineer.
I told him he has to
The
stay
pipe,
now.
the pipe that you've got coming from the end point and then it does an L down to the pond, how big a pipe is that? How much water can that hold?
You definitely gladly stayed up here.
Thank you, ma'am. We haven't sized the pipe yet. Probably it's going to be I would guess, a 42-inch pipe, maybe 48. Depends on, once we progress a little further into engineering, we'll size that pipe properly. We'll look at the pipe that's coming out of the northern neighbor's pond, and we'll size it appropriately to take the 100-year storm and convey it through there safely.
It looks so little.
At that scale, it looks tiny, yes.
Well, that's kind of an important piece in a way because we, especially down near the Chattahoochee River, there's always flooding and storms, and as we've seen with Hurricane Helena, how much could this manage? I guess if it got to a point of Helena, it wouldn't manage, but normal stuff.
Yeah, county requirements are to design for the 100-year storm, so it'll be designed for that.
Well, those 100-year storms are coming like every year now.
They seem to happen more frequently now.
Commissioner Lindstrom, you mentioned the pond. I couldn't hear the first part of the question, but that pipe is solely focused on it, and the only water that we're having to deal with on our portion of this site is the runoff from north.
Right.
As opposed to the water coming from Lake Correca. So we'll do studying to show pre and post that we're not impacting that pond, but that pipe is not handling the water coming from the lake. It's just the water north of us.
Okay.
I think that may be what you were.
Yes.
Because that would make, that water staying south of this area of development.
Yes. I think you need to make that pipe a little bigger on your picture.
So a bigger pipe in the picture is what?
Yeah, but that's what my question was. Thank you.
Commissioner Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we asked you to engineer to a higher standard than the 100-year, would you be 100-year? I agree with the statement that these supposed 100-year floods are occurring with more regularity than 100 years.
We can, Cobb County's pretty stringent anyway, in that their designs for storm sewers are required to not fill the pipe, if you will. You've got your pipe barrel, you can't fill it. It's got to have some air in there. So you've automatically got some built-in capacity anyway. I'm sure we could work out with stormwater a bit of extra capacity, if you will.
Would you be granting a dedicated storm sewer easement to your neighbor to the north as part of this process?
Yeah, we could put a drainage easement on that. I don't think that's a problem.
And the way I see this, if I read your plan right, what you're planning to do is to leave kind of the beginning of the basin and let the water flow to a low point and have a catch basin just off the side of the building. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's right. That's a natural low area anyway. And yeah, we're going to catch it there and bring it around.
Okay, then you'd have what, some sort of wall just beyond that to protect the integrity of the building and, and the soil under it?
That's right. It's extremely hilly out there, so yeah.
How hilly? I see the contour lines are relatively close, but how hilly is it out there?
Where that stream is a pretty large valley. You've got the hill on the backside is probably, what, 50 foot higher, wouldn't you say? It's a lot of relief out on the property.
Okay. And this will be a reinforced concrete pipe?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you.
We got some questions for staff now. If I could have stormwater come up, please.
Andrew Heath, Cobb County Stormwater Management.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Could you just talk a little bit about, share some of your observations with respect to what they're proposing and what your observations, general observations have been based on site plans that you've seen and particularly the water quality issue? And then one other question I have for you, or it may be John, I don't know. I think it's been referenced, this is within 3,000 feet of the Chattahoochee River, but just trying to refresh my memory, MERPA doesn't kick in until what, 2,000 feet?
2,000.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's right. And so they are, this site, the lowest or the closest corner of this site to the river is, as this site plan is showing here, it's kind of the southeast corner, that lower right corner. And they're in the neighborhood of around 3,000 feet, as I remember, so they are outside that ARC corridor. So if they were inside that, there are certain additional requirements for amount of land you can have cleared and impervious area and things like that. And so they wouldn't be exempt, or pardon me, they would be exempt from that because they're outside the corridor. A lot of the other issues have been discussed a little bit. I'll add a little color to that maybe. The site to the north, I believe it was built in 2006, so it's not terribly old, that warehouse building that's immediately north of it. And so their detention system was designed sort of to our newer standards, you might say, not like some from the 1980s or something like that. So it should provide a good reduction in flow rate and kind of mimic that parcel as if it were a natural forested site, is the way it was intended to be. One of the things that we would require, aside from just there being a pipe to carry the stream, because of course here, just to reiterate, where the stream is now, you're going to basically cut all that area off and flatten it to make a big super flat slab for the warehouse. So the stream channel, of course, is going to go away. So they're providing a pipe to convey that water that would have otherwise flowed in the stream. And so, as Commissioner Boulogne pointed out, we do have requirements for sizing of the pipe, but one of those requirements is that any pipe, in order for it to function, if you can imagine, if we had a pipe here in front of us, if it's 48 inches in diameter, the water has to pond up in front of the pipe for that water to reach a depth, where you can utilize that full capacity of the pipe. So that depth is sometimes referred to as the headwater, or that ponding depth at the entrance to the pipe. That's usually not a problem, and that's common with any pipe, really. If you have a tiny little pipe under your driveway, it has a tiny little headwater pool associated with it. But we don't want that headwater pool to extend off on the property to the north, because if it ponds up to the north and it backs up to kind of where the outlet pipe is coming from the other pond, then you kind of get a situation where maybe the upper pond can't function freely. So to Commissioner Boulogne's question about sizing of the pipe, this is getting a little bit maybe down into the weeds of the pipe sizing, but and if you get tired of going through the weeds, just tell me to be quiet. But if the headwater pool is ponding up there too much so that it goes onto the neighbor's property, we wouldn't really permit that. And so the only real way, because this site is pretty well maxed out on pretty much all sides, so that north side, in order to accommodate the building and then a drive around it and accommodate that topography, you're probably going to have some walls and things like that to kind of confine that soil in the area that you're trying to fill in. So you don't have a lot of distance from the end of the pipe to your property line. So it may be that the pipe size has to increase anyway so that you minimize that headwater pool depth. You just don't allow that headwater pool to pool up. So that may help to address Commissioner Boulogne's question about the sizing of the pipe. Of course, they would have to go to the Georgia EPD to obtain a stream buffer variance for the state buffer that was already discussed. Usually, the state, in my experience, they look at that as a little bit of a trade-off. They say, hey, we're losing the stream, we're losing whatever water quality benefit that stream provided, so what are you going to do on site to restore that benefit or to try to mimic that benefit somehow? And as the applicants were saying, usually that comes back as not only will they probably require some areas on site be set aside for some mitigation of that buffer area, but also they may require some additional water quality somehow be provided for the site. And so the applicants have certainly, I think, in previous projects kind of been through this probably before and are probably already anticipating that. I heard them say about adding a water quality unit, some sort of like a proprietary unit that can treat runoff from the site, and that can provide some additional water quality. So there are, the state, when they approve, if they do approve the buffer variance, they will provide a letter with a list of things that will say, hey, we approve this buffer variance if you do this, 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 in whatever, they're requiring you to do. So they'll have to accommodate those items on their site plan. And one other issue that we haven't discussed, although I've discussed with the applicants and I think they're clear on this, the road that enters the site to the south, kind of enters that other warehouse building to the south, Lake Correca Road. There's a lake there. It's kind of sort of in that shaded area. It's a little bit difficult to see on the GIS, but that's Lake Correca, and it's currently classified as a Category 2 dam. And so the Georgia Safe Dams program classifies dams according to basically the risk that they present to the public. And so the one thing that could make a Category 2 advance to a higher Category 1 is if some development occurred downstream where maybe during a storm event there could be people or something present, and then if the dam were to fail, that potentially puts people in that breach zone. So typically the way that's handled is here, ironically, usually you have the lake and the dam is on a different parcel. And so here actually the lake is on the same parcel where the building is going to be constructed. So I've already discussed with the applicant that usually the way that would be handled is they would have to have a study to determine what the extent of that dam breach area will be. And then they may need to modify their site plan a little bit, particularly on their approved site plan. There's some parking spaces for like larger, like tractor trailer sized trailers that extend to the south. Mm-hmm. And some of those that extend, little areas like that extend to the south, if they end up in the dam breach zone, they might have to just modify that somehow in order to stay out of that dam breach zone. So the long story short, if they keep their development out of the dam breach zone, then there's nothing to trigger increased concern about the dam upstream that would change its categorization. So that's really the goal of that. And I think, was that all the points? I've forgotten. There were several. I think I addressed the points on that. If I missed any, let me know.
No, the only other thing, and I've been in contact with Frank Gibson, the Erosion Control Division manager. He mentioned that the county would require the submittal and I guess approval of an erosion control plan related to this, leading to the issuance of a letter of awareness prior to EPD's approval. So I think that's a process that would further have additional eyes on this to make sure that it's done properly and with sensitive to its location within the watershed. Okay. Right. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
So Commissioner Anderson pointed out to me that there's a pretty steep topo out here on the site. So that means the pipe theoretically would be shooting downhill to a degree, right? Which,
if it were just on a constant slope, that's probably the case, and that is something that would have to be taken into account in its design. Usually we allow the pipes to be sloped typically no more than about 10% is the maximum slope, but that may be not enough to accommodate just a constant slope down. So there may have to be some sort of interior drops in structures and things like that along the way to try to get rid of some of that elevation difference without having the pipes too steep. Yeah.
Typically, though, you don't need as wide a pipe when you have slope because the slope's naturally going to carry the water faster through the pipe, right?
That's right.
Okay. But then what you end up with in response, though, I think I heard from Adam earlier on that this basin was not an all-weather stream, but rather was part of the year, basically. So I assume part of the function of that existing basin is the way it functions now to actually absorb some water when you have any kind of a significant rain initially. And what we'd have in response is something that would shuttle water through much more efficiently, right?
That's right.
Which means we'd have to stop it somewhere else, basically, or slow it down somewhere else.
That's right.
And that would be the function of that dam that you're talking about, just below? Would there would have to be some sort of dam structure on whatever the catch basin is below that, correct?
Yeah, definitely. There would definitely have to be some energy dissipation where it enters in, as they currently have it proposed, entering into the pond. There would definitely
Right.
have to be some energy dissipation there. But I would anticipate that because of the steepness, probably if you have a pipe system, assuming that it's a pipe, where you had some so-called interior drops, because storm drainage pipe has to run basically in a straight line in a constant slope, and then if you're going to change its direction or elevation, you need to have another structure there. So at that structure, that gives you an opportunity to have basically kind of a drop. They call it inside drop inside the structure.
Okay.
And that helps too, that turbulence in there helps to dissipate energy on its way downstream. So it's probably going to occur in multiple locations like that.
So without having final engineered drawings in front of you, you'd anticipate that this stretch of pipe running to the south would have several drops designed into it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And before you take your seat, Andrew, I just want to be sure, one of your special conditions is a dam breach analysis has to be completed as part of the LDP process?
Yes. And that gets to what I was talking about earlier with the safe dams and determining where that dam breach zone is. And then once they've identified where the dam breach zone is, if they need to, they would have to modify probably maybe some of the areas of the southern parking lot, because those are the areas closest to that stream. Get those areas out of that breach zone so that way now they're not building or disturbing inside the breach zone, and then that ceases to become a concern then.
Okay. Any other questions for Andrew? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
DOT, please.
Good afternoon, Ligia Florin, DOT.
Hi, Lydia. Good afternoon. Just a quick, I know this is an updated site plan. I believe this is an updated one. And I just wanted you, if you could just touch on some of your just general observations as it relates to access and XL decel lane and what you guys are recommending at this point.
Sure. So, per the use as a warehouse, it will not trigger a traffic study. That's the first thing that we look at. The right-of-way along this property is not centered on the center line, so we're requiring additional right-of-way donation on their side of the property.
Okay.
We're also recommending a deceleration lane, and they're proposing 2 driveways. I don't know if this site plan has 2 driveways still.
Yeah.
But we will continue the deceleration lane at the property line, the northernmost property line, and continue the deceleration lane to the southernmost driveway.
Okay.
Then just a generic comment about the commercial driveways to be to our standards. And I think that they are. One is 24 and one is 30. So that will be done during plan review.
Okay.
Also, we recommend that the 2 driveways have a minimum of 80 feet between each other per the standards, or between any other driveways. We also are recommending installing curb and gutter and sidewalk along their frontage on Hartman Road. And that's pretty much all of our comments
Okay.
so far.
All right. I don't have any other questions for DOT. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And John, what is staff's recommendation here?
The staff recommendation is to approve it, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. Again, as I think I initially said at the beginning, that the use seems to be appropriate, given the existing land use that's in the area. Looking at the future land use map, this area I think has been designated industrial or industrial compatible for many, many years. I, again, just want to note, I understand the concerns about the proximity to the Chattahoochee River and the sensitivity of this watershed, but it is outside of MERPA, which is a Metropolitan River Protection Act. Based on what I've heard here today, and some of these things I think will have to be worked out during plan review or part of this land disturbance permitting process, I believe those items can be addressed. So with that said, I'm prepared to make a motion. Okay.
Maybe this is for John. At what point in the process is it important to find out what kind of stuff goes into a warehouse? For example, Zepp Manufacturing. That's a big place over off of Industrial Boulevard. Where do they store all that stuff? And who controls the chemicals? If it leaks, if it's, I mean, we're pretty close to this. Does Cobb County have any controls on what is stored?
Well, most private companies have spill prevention plans and spill plans. But we don't control what's inside that building.
Okay, okay. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay. I was about to make a motion to recommend approval of Z 57-2024, subject to all staff recommendations and conditions in the staff analysis, but would add the following stipulations. One, that the applicant obtain a stream buffer variance from the Georgia Georgia Environmental Protection Division, that the applicant submit and for review and approval an erosion control plan leading to the issuance of a letter of awareness prior to EPD approval. And that would be my motion.
Second, for purposes of discussion?
Sure.
And just inquiring whether you may also consider requiring that the applicant grant the property owner to the north of permanent storm sewer easement when they finalize their during plan review. I guess that would come up when they finalize their location of their pipes.
So an easement, in other words, is that?
They offered a drainage, they suggested drainage easement, I think technically since it's underground. Mr. Peterson, my comment on this, I don't know whether to call it storm sewer or drainage.
Is that something we can do between?
I'm pretty sure if it was just an average drainage pipe, I think we could, but I'm not sure if the private stormwater device inside the line would cause a problem or not.
Who are we looking at?
Looking at Andrew.
Okay.
I don't think there's a problem grading the easement.
Andrew, thanks.
Hey, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management. Yeah, and with respect to Commissioner Beloin's concern about the easement, I don't think there's really a problem granting an easement from one to the other for the use of it. The main thing that I would see where something like that could be valuable is, let's imagine somehow the pipe became clogged or something halfway down and water wouldn't drain through it. An easement might give that property owner to the north some legal ability to encourage the other people to clean it out or something like that. So I could see some benefit in that.
Okay. I'm going to thank you for that response. I'm going to hear from the applicant on this too.
We're happy to do what we can from an engineering and design perspective to accommodate that issue. I'm concerned with having a requirement that they grant an easement without any specific about that or engaging with that owner. And I think to Commissioner Beloin's point, that may be ultimately necessary and certainly a good idea. I'm hesitant to on their behalf, admit or commit to that at this point. Maybe a recommendation that we, like a staff recommendation that we consider entering into, and then we deal with that in the LDP and plan review process if that becomes necessary with the property owner next door. I would want there to be some sort of recommendation of it as opposed to a mandate that we enter into an easement. I can't control whether they can work that out, and that's outside of this property and outside of the zoning, really. But again, to try to accommodate anything we can, I want to, but I can't necessarily accommodate that at this phase, I don't think.
So I'm looking to our county attorney. Brian, do you have any thoughts on that, this particular condition or stipulation with respect?
Well, the Planning Commission can always recommend it and allow it to go through further vetting before the Board of Commissioners. This commission has the discretion to place whatever stipulation it deems to be necessary and or either recommended or not. So it's really just at the discretion. I mean, but you can make the stipulation and allow it to be vetted by the board.
And my concern in that regard would be that anytime an upstream property owner is potentially adversely affected by a county action that results in a diversion of water flow, that without the easement, arguably, we've committed some sort of a taking relative to that property owner. So to me, the easement alleviates that because it's an affirmative statement that we're requiring that same water to flow through the subservient property.
You have some suggested language, Commissioner, just for that?
Just that they grant a storm sewer easement to carry off the water that would be received from the adjacent property to the north, since they're the ones relocating it.
Okay. Did you get that? Okay. We're good. All right. So we have a motion and a second. My conditions plus the one that Commissioner Boulogne added with respect to the easement for stormwater for the property, stormwater easement for the property to the north. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to clarify your stipulation about an erosion plan. Is that something that would not be addressed through this typical submission of an erosion plan that's part of site plan review?
It probably would be, but I'm just calling it out here.
Okay.
Adding, that they submit for an erosion plan. Yes, I think it is normally required, but I'm just calling it out here.
Oh,
So.
okay, yeah, all right. I didn't have any more questions on that then.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? All right. We'll call the question. Motion is approved 4-0. Next case, sir.
All right, next case is OSC 1, Poston Properties Incorporated. Request a rezoning from R30 to R30 OSC for single-family residences and land lots at 62 and 87 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Midway Road, south of Dallas Highway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to OSC 1? 2? Okay, let the record show there's 2 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board for or against, please come forward and be sworn in.
You can go ahead and start, Kevin. Thanks.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Planning Commission. Kevin Moore here on behalf of Poston Properties in this application for an OSC, an open space community. This Planning Commission does not see these very often. As you can see here, this is OSC number 1, meaning it's the first OSC application that has been filed this calendar year to be considered by the Planning Commission for approval, because this is not a rezoning. This is a property that's almost 49 acres. It's on Midway Road. You can see it highlighted on your screen. That is zoned R30, and we want to keep it that way. We want to keep it R30, but also believe that a true win-win can occur here that would allow this to be developed under our open space community standards. And we'll go through that with you and create that true win-win result without any corresponding increase in density or changing the actual zoning categories. And so that's why we're here. Just a bit of context and history. This is not the first time this property has come across the zoning desk. It has been involved in prior rezoning applications. Rezoning applications for this property had been to the R20 and R20 type OSC applications from its R30. But in this instance, Poston Properties, which is an affiliate of Trayton Homes, is going to wants to keep it R30, but would prefer to do that under the OSC, and I'll go through that with you. First thing I want to make clear is to show you our site plan that sometimes is referred to as the straight plan. That is, it's a site plan of development for R30, and that's part of the requirements that gives you a baseline. It shows 48 lots being developed on this property. What you can notice about this property, just over again 48 acres, you see through the middle there's a small existing lake. More importantly, it does have streams on its western side. If you look at the property in two halves, the left-hand side or the western side is impacted by streams. You see Midway Road along our eastern boundary to the right there. But the thing I want to just be clear about is this property can be developed as R30. Is that the most successful or the best result for development of this property as a subdivision? It's not. Is it the one that Poston Properties and Trayton Homes would like to see? No, it's not. But it is economically viable to develop it as R30 and can be and will be. And that's just a fact of where this property is now. It's a property that is slated to be sold, and so we do think it would be developed as R30. But what we've provided for in our detailed review and plans is an OSC plan that we think creates a win-win. And I really want to go through that with you because I think this is the type of property that OSC was designed for. OSC was designed so that you could aggregate open space to ensure that you conserve areas that are impacted by streams or floodplain or impacted by slopes, and that you can create open space while not increasing density. And that's what we're proposing to do, along with some other aspects. And so if we're going to turn now to the open space community plan, and I'm going to go through that with you, and I think just really try to highlight some of the things for you that provide for why this is what we believe is not only a good idea, but a great idea. The site plan itself, the areas that you see in different colors, they're green and I guess red and purple, those are areas that would remain undisturbed. That is a total of just under almost 25 acres. So just over 50% of the entire tract would remain undisturbed. All of this western area would become permanently protected open space as part of this proposal for OSC if approved. Understand previously the site plan for R30 development had a stream crossing here. These areas in purple here can be developed where homes can be located. It's hilly, it's got slopes on it more than 25%. But that doesn't prohibit development. It makes development more costly, but it doesn't prohibit development. And those are areas that would be developed under R30. The OSC in this case allows for the ability to preserve all of this acreage here, to be able not to cross streams, and to place development here for the total of 48 homes. Also want to really highlight for you, and I'll probably say it more than once, and that is this green along the bottom here. In our discussions, we've met with neighbors here in the Broadland subdivision that adjoin this property, and this plan represented the most recent updated plan. That green strip is not just a strip, that's a 100-foot undisturbed buffer that would be adjacent to the Broadland subdivision neighbors here. And a little bit about Broadland subdivision. Let's talk about it. Broadland subdivision is a PRD that was approved 20 plus years ago. It's a great subdivision. I think it's one of the shining examples of a PRD, and we have many of those types of subdivisions in Cobb County. It's zoned at about 2 units per acre with a minimum lot size of 8,400 square feet. That's what PRDs are and were before they were phased out. And that's what the Broadlands is, and it's a great subdivision. But again, compared to what we are proposing here. As an R30 OSC, we have a minimum lot size of 15,000 square feet. So not just under double the minimum lot size that's on our adjacent neighbor, the Broadlands subdivision. We're proposing 1.1 units per acre, which is R30 density, compared to the nearly 2 units per acre that is the Broadlands. So about half the density. But we are providing the 100-foot undisturbed buffer. And that's odd. Typically, the more intense use provides the buffer, not the half the intensity use. But we are providing that because we want to make sure that this OSC application is one that can be actually embraced by our neighbors and embraced by the community. And we think that's a very important aspect for development. And again, is part of trying to create a win-win, a win for the builder and the developer to be able to develop this property in a much better fashion, but a win for the community especially our adjacent neighbors by creating things like a 100-foot undisturbed buffer along our southern boundary that adjoins those neighbors. Those are the types of things that don't occur if this is developed as a subdivision under R30. There is no buffer. There is no buffer required between R30 and a PRD. So there's zero, not 1 foot, not 0 feet, but we're providing 100 feet. One of the other aspects that's been discussed, there's been pictures floating around, and like I said, we've been in discussions with a group from the Broadlands neighborhood as well as along Midway Road, and those have been very positive and good discussions, and there's been a lot of conversation about stormwater. This particular area, and it's even noted in your staff's report from Cobb County Stormwater, that there are known stormwater issues that are occurring downstream, and those have occurred since the beginning of the Broadlands being developed. If you're not familiar with the Broadlands property, it was developed, but it has some fairly significant floodplain that goes throughout it. So it does have some issues from time to time where stormwater appears, where it gathers, and where it can gather in a good bit of it. We've seen the pictures of it, and we certainly have no doubt about that. The development of this property, again, I think the comparison or the analysis really comes to, do we want this developed as R30, or do we think this is a better way to develop the property, and why? If developed as R30, that's perfectly fine. As a developer and a responsible developer and builder, Poston Properties and Trayton Homes will ensure that they meet the minimum requirements that are set forth by Cobb County Stormwater. What OSC does provide, though, is, for example, Cobb County Stormwater has commented and recommended we have elevated detention and stormwater requirements. I can go through the details of that, but suffice to say, what I call them is elevated stormwater requirements. In essence, we have to detain and engineer our stormwater ponds at a greater cost to us so that the 5-year storm is detained as a 1-year storm. The 10-year storm is detained as a 5, and so forth as you go all the way up, which creates far more capacity than what is typically required. We can agree to that as part of doing an OSC application, and that's a condition that can be recommended and approved. That type of condition that provides enhanced stormwater management for this property under development isn't available if this is just developed R30. It's just not. We're happy to do that because, again, we think this is a far better plan for development. We think that leaving property that's basically 50 acres and take half of it and not touch it is a great idea. We think that this is a very good example of taking the OSC for what the purpose for what it was designed for, and that is let's create areas of vast open space that we can say are not going to be developed and they're going to be permanently protected. And then let's not increase the density, but allow for smaller lots than would otherwise be required. That, to me, is the perfect trade-off. And then when you have a responsible, quality home builder and developer like a Trayton Homes that's based out of here in Cobb County that looks at this and talks with the neighbors and creates a 100-foot undisturbed buffer, I think that's the win-win that we all seek for this project and for this property. So with that, we'd recommend and respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the opposition now.
Hi, I'm Carter Ransom. I represent the homeowners around 636 Midway, including Broadlands, where I am a board member and chair of the Architectural Review Committee. For context, Broadlands was developed from 1994 to 2003 and has 240 homes directly south of 636 Midway, with two of our streets, Goldenwood and Verdant Woods, directly abutting this property. It is notable that many of the houses built retained old-growth native trees in the front yards with minimal clearing of backyards. Also, our average lot size is actually 17,000 square feet. We, with several other longtime neighbors, have been in communication with Poston and Trayton's representatives since early this summer. This is a much better plan than the Pulte plan, but we do have concerns about impacts to safety, environmental, and aesthetics impacting our property values and quality of life. We have also been advised that at least 4 other HOAs have shared their concerns about this development as currently planned. Firstly, I'll note that there's an apparent lack of public notice period for the current plan of record. The residents that have been most closely involved in the discussions are in receipt of a more recent plan than what's on your website, and that has not been made available to the community at large. Regarding stormwater control, there's an approximately 100 feet of elevation drop and a long, unhappy history of flooding in Broadlands. Runoff, particularly during the construction period, could create significant damage to the watershed, which includes the creek from 636 Midway that flows into Broadlands, as it carries all the storm water from the eastern face of Lost Mountain and the higher land on the southeastern corner of Dallas Highway and Midway. That's David Turner's property. We asked for a thorough engineering study to ensure that the planned detention pond is of sufficient size to deal with the increased speed of runoff due to reduction in permeable surfaces represented by this development, which could cause flooding of our common areas and houses along the creek. Regarding sanitation sewers, the plan needs more clarity in terms of its engineering design and transparency on the actual plan, as if there is a planned sewer easement that will enter Broadlands, this will need to be approved by our ARC. As per our covenants legally incorporated into the deed of trust of all land in Broadlands, as per our PRD zoning, the ARC is the appropriate legal approver of any and all external construction in Broadlands. Regarding traffic safety, this property has already been rejected by earlier developers by Cobb DOT with respect to line of sight for ingress and egress. In the past 2 years, the traffic has only gotten worse, increasing the traffic flows in both directions on Midway. Midway and Mays Road have become busy bypass thoroughfares due to the congestion west of us at Lost Mountain and Dallas Highway. As residents, we also observe that the average speed is far north of the posted 35 miles per hour and suggest that line of sight demands assessment based on the actual average speed. Our ask is for a traffic volume and speed study to be conducted to ensure the planned entrance point does not introduce the opportunity for loss of life due to the lack of sufficient line of sight. Regarding aesthetics of the development and its impact on nearby property values, the latest communication we've had with the developer suggested a plan to clear cut the entire building site. This is not in keeping with the character of Midway Road with its historic church and cemetery on the corner and wooded rural feel. A plan that included the absolute minimum in tree clearance for roads and building pads was the developer's original proposal, but in the last meeting they rescinded this concept. The homes across Midway from this land are all large multi-acre single-family homes, and mitigating the look of bare backyards with a substantial tree buffer along Midway, I think is a reasonable request given the financial impact on these homes from an aesthetics perspective. Finally, we also have residents that have noted there's a very large population of woodpeckers in our combined woods behind 636 Midway and into Lost Mountain Park due to the large stands of long needle pines, which are the desired nesting tree for the endangered red cockaded woodpecker. I personally have only seen hairy woodpeckers, but there is a potential for red cockaded woodpeckers as they are known for populations south of Atlanta. The ask here would be for DNR or another qualified government agency to evaluate whether this land is part of an endangered species habitat. And then finally, I have a letter I received from another resident, Roman Schweiderman, and he states, "The traffic at Dallas Highway and Midway Road does not have a turn lane to the right, and the left turn lane can only accommodate a couple cars. The traffic at the proposed development will be insane. They also need an underground detention pond, as the mosquitoes will be ridiculous, given the detention pond will be by the creek. Also, if this goes forward, there will be a lawsuit over the easement. It will drag out for years, and the county may be considered a co-defendant for allowing this development to go forward with what could be an illegal easement through Broadlands." Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional opposition? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, this is in District 1. Commissioner Boulogne, you lead our discussion.
I thought we redrew these lines recently. In any event, yes. Let's start with the opposition. Let me ask you to come back up, sir. All right, so I was thinking back to the last time we had a plan in here, and as you referenced, it was from Pulte, and you did say that this, in your opinion, is a better plan than the Pulte plan, right?
Absolutely.
What's that?
Absolutely.
Okay, and part of the reason it's a better plan is because of that 100-foot buffer that counsel for the applicants pointed out, correct?
Correct.
That was something the homeowners sought back 2 years ago, right? Was a buffer?
Yes, that was I was a new resident back then, but yeah, I do recall that was a point of contention.
I can't remember if it was 100 or more than 100, but that was something that the Broadlands folks definitely wanted, correct? So let me try to go point by point through some of the stuff. It's your position or understanding that the ARC would be the ones with jurisdiction over any easements going through your neighborhood?
Yes, that is based on my read of the Cobb County Code and the fact that the PRD language specifically incorporates our private covenants into the deed of trust.
Okay. Well, there's one more thing for me to look at. That's part of why we're here today.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that. To be clear, you don't know that there's a red-cockaded woodpecker nearby. You just understand that there are woodpeckers nearby. Is that right?
I'm on the board. I get lots of interesting communications from the homeowners. So I personally have never seen anything but hairy woodpeckers, which look a lot like a red cockaded woodpecker. But I'm just, don't shoot me. I'm just a piano player.
Well, I'm just along for the education. I didn't even know there was any such thing as a hairy woodpecker until just now. So I'm learning.
Yeah.
Learning as we go here. So
yeah, there's about 6 different varieties of woodpeckers native to Georgia.
Okay. Thank you. When you say you want thorough engineering studies, does this relate principally to the flow of water and anything else flowing through your neighborhood?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. It's just, as a board member, I make it a practice to walk our common areas after every heavy rain, and it's pretty scary because we get all of the runoff from Lost Mountain Park, which has 2 retention ponds up above us, and then we get all of the runoff from the 636 Midway property, and they converge right behind our clubhouse. And it's just this few days ago, it was literally very close to leaving its banks.
Do you know of any recent flooding problems in any houses themselves, like within the basements or within the houses?
Yes, there have been. Yeah, because I've approved the remediation work, but yes, there have been issues with water intrusion into basements.
Okay. You made a reference to old growth trees, obviously keeping a lot of this land in a natural form and keeping this undisturbed buffer would maintain a large number of those undisturbed trees. Where is it in the plan that trees are now being removed that weren't going to be in some prior draft of a plan you say you saw?
Again, I was only looped into this back at the beginning of the summer, but my understanding was that there had been a request to, an original request and assent to make part of the plan to only clear for the building pads and the roads. And then apparently at the last meeting, which I was unable to attend with the developer, this was rescinded.
All right, that's all the questions I have of the opposition right now.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I'm good right now.
Good? Okay. Let me get the applicant back up then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so can you just work me through what would the appropriate language be? The history of earlier discussions regarding maintaining grades except for paths and roads, and that having to change, and the degree to which that has to change, in your opinion?
Sure, I'm happy to recount that. Yeah, in our initial meeting, one of the items or concerns that was expressed to us was how do we limit grading to streets and building pads only, and could that be done? We realized, and in our discussion, recognized that was important to the group we were meeting with, which was representatives from Broadlands. And our commitment at that time very expressly was we're going to have our engineers take a look at that and see exactly what that can be. We would love to be able to achieve that if it's at all possible. And we did just that, had our engineers look at it. And for this piece of property, if you're not familiar with it, it does have fall basically from north to south, so from the top to the bottom, as you can see where the streams are, and from the right to the left. It has some good bit of fall as it comes in. In looking at how you would go about developing this property, once you put in the streets, and if you look at our site plan, maybe we could turn to that if you don't mind, so I think it kind of follows. If you go to the site plan, and this is not that different, even if it's not different at all, even if you develop it as is R30, once you have clearing and grading for the streets and the home pads, you also have to tie those in and for utilities, and also tie those slopes in. You don't just have a cut that would just sit there as an open cut. You want to tie those in. We looked at that, and we could not make that commitment to have clearing and grading limited solely to right-of-ways and building pads. And so as part of that discussion with them is when we started looking at, okay, what can we do? And that's when we went to a 100-foot undisturbed buffer along the bottom, where we couldn't accomplish pulling back grading, pulling back disturbance all the way to do that. So while that doesn't mean everything in white is cut stern to stern, a good bit of it is. I mean, that's how this property would have to be developed. But I think importantly for the comment that was made, and we've discussed this, is along Midway Road. It's visually, where are they going to get along Midway Road? One of the DOT comments I was surprised is that Midway Road is supposed to have a right-of-way of 80 feet. So that would require a dedication of a 40-foot half on our side, which here, this gets a little technical, but here would mean we would have to dedicate 15 feet from the existing right-of-way on our side of the road, which we've agreed to do, and we've now incorporated that into these plans to dedicate that additional 15 feet on our side. If you go out and look at this now, this is wooded, right up to the street, essentially, which is, is even inside existing right-of-way. What we've looked at seeing and doing is, as part of this, is the good number of them. There's nice growth all along the road for a good several feet, probably more than 20 to 25 feet worth of trees from the road that you see now would not be impacted. We wouldn't even be there because that's outside of our property line. And then a little bit as you come inside our property line, before it drops down for the development would occur. That's one of the reasons why we have proposed a fee in lieu for sidewalks, curb, and gutter along Midway Road. There's not existing sidewalk there now. For us to install sidewalk, curb, and gutter would essentially take what I just described as some really good tree growth that folks want to see, would take it out to put that in. So that's a long way of answering the question about that, but that's I think it's important for your context because those are the discussions that have had and how they've led to those different types of decisions to try to incorporate those concepts in.
Do you think your folks would be able to identify any lots that would be capable of getting built out, assuming nothing more than the pads and the roads were altered in terms of grading?
There are some lots that are along the perimeter that can, especially along the southern side, that's where we have the 100-foot buffer now that has encapsulated that. Again, what you're seeing in white on your screen is not what's being graded, but enough in the central area for example, when you get to putting in on the bottom left of the development where we have our cul-de-sac, there's a detention pond there. Well, that area has to be obviously graded and developed. You have to put in a cul-de-sac and you have to put in a detention pond. So those areas would be like that. But again, I go back to the comparison of R30 versus this plan, and that same situation exists if you do this R30. It simply does. It's just the way that this property falls from that standpoint. But we couldn't commit to that and be honest about it. That's why we took the engineering study to look at that and report it back to them.
Maybe if somebody could take a look specifically at lots 25 through 30, lot 5, lots 36 through 38, and lot 24, but basically those that are very proximate to the various waterways.
Mm-hmm.
And provide some sort of analysis of the extent to which we could keep away from mass grading if possible, in your opinion.
Sure.
I think that would be really valuable to get a handle on that. And then
be happy to.
There was some discussion about line of sight distance. You talked about the for further complicating matters. You talked about doing a payment in lieu of sidewalks on a part of it in order to keep trees, but going back the other way, given the fact there's a church and a retail center, might it be more valuable on the northern part of this that fronts along Midway Road to actually have the sidewalks, to have that connectivity so folks can go walk maybe to dining and or to church or?
Sure. Yeah, there's two questions, but at first on the line of sight, we are aware of that, had discussions with DOT, and so we're going to ensure that we do have and meet the line of sight required for and by DOT for Midway Road. As far as putting in a sidewalk going north, I think is what you're saying. We're not opposed to that. Along that area, it opens up quite a bit. There's not as much tree cover on that side of the property, and we're certainly, to the extent we can get it in, there's some. If you see, there's on that side is where a couple of streams begin, at least, or shown on our plan by the delineation we've done. As long as those can be installed and not result in encroachment into stream buffers and or impervious setbacks, we can do that.
Okay, and then notwithstanding the fact there's a desire for certain reasons to keep some of those trees for aesthetic reasons along Midway Road, if and to the extent that is deemed to be contrary to creating the best possible line of sight along Midway Road for folks coming and going, maybe you're open to maybe getting rid of some of those as well?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, we want to create the safest entrance possible, and that's the analysis that we've done so far on that shows that we've in creating our entrance, which will have a deceleration lane, there'll also be a left-hand turn lane in Midway Road. So when we create that room on our side and our entrance and landscaping that goes along with that and entrance monumentation, That opens it up along that area and creates some great line of sight that'll meet the standard that's necessary here without having to go cut trees all the way down Midway Road. Just more in the entrance area, which you would expect.
Okay, you heard the discussion about the ARC issue that came up?
I did.
I know you're very familiar with the Cobb Code. Do you have any thoughts on that?
My thought would be that it's a misreading of their covenants and of the PRD code. The ARC of a homeowners association certainly would have jurisdiction to approve changes to somebody's house structure, to the exterior construction of your house, if you're adding onto the front or painting it colors and those types of, whatever you're doing construction-wise there. I do not believe the ARC will not hold the opinion that an ARC of a subdivision has approval authority over an underground pipe.
Okay. Can you comment on the extent to which you're going to need sanitary sewer to flow through Broadlands?
I can comment that that's one of the paths that sanitary sewer can connect.
A possible path, and there are
Sure.
alternatives?
Yes.
Okay. What house sizes are you proposing to put out here?
Yes, I just want to make sure I gave you the answer that's in our stipulation letter. So these homes will have a minimum of 2,200 square feet. And again, that's a minimum given for these purposes, but these will be, this is a great area. It's a great area to live in Cobb County, and these will be homes that will fit that.
Okay. Any intent to have any pedestrian bridges crossing the creeks out here for folks to access and walk these areas?
That hasn't been determined as of yet. It's certainly been discussed with their marketing folks and with their and with Trayton's, internal discussions so that you've got what is a 25-acre park that adjoins Lost Mountain Park. That's immediately to the left or to the west, and having access to that, we believe will be paramount to just having a successful subdivision. That's going to be desired by future residents, so we believe that'll be something that's included.
But the intention is to leave most of these conservation areas undisturbed for the most part?
I would say all.
Okay.
That's required under the OSC number 1, and number 2, well, there is no number 2. That's what's required, and that's what we would be doing.
What about the stated open space? I mean, is that currently relatively clear, or is it treed, or?
The green area on the
Yes.
top, this on the north side, yeah, that's, the engineer denominated that as open space. It'll be, it won't be disturbed at all. There's some clear area up in there, but it's not cleared, it's just not wooded. It's just more of a clearing, but that would be permanently protected open space as well.
Okay. Do any of my fellow commissioners have?
Kevin, are there any community amenities or anything like that? I don't see.
There would be, there's going to be an opportunity for a community gathering area down where you see the cul-de-sac and detention pond. Also in that particular area. I mean, it's 48 homes, so there's will be some. They plan to have some sort of, I call it community gathering area, community gathering type structure that would be incorporated into that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, for the lots, I guess 17 through 24 that are right along the buffer at the bottom.
Yes.
Will there, and this might have been in the STIP, but what kind of I guess ongoing protections would the owners have given that we've had some cases with OSCs where there's once the building was sold, probably there was maybe a fall off in some of the communication of what that actually meant to the subsequent owner. Mm-hmm. Can you talk a little bit about how to best avoid that, whether that's through a step around a covenant that obviously HOAs are private vehicles, but just want to find a way so that we don't have, a lot has been sold, and then after that, the owner comes back, tries to put a pool in something or starts building without any knowledge or understanding of that they can't build there because of OSC. Can you talk about how you're thinking about how that gets addressed and head off the pass?
Yes. There's three primary ways that we're looking at that. Number one, the area, most of that area would be actually owned by the HOA and be shown that way on the plats and on each individual plat and on the overall subdivision plat. Part of that area would be encumbered by a maintenance easement for the HOA, in favor of the HOA to maintain. Even though it's undisturbed, it doesn't mean it's not maintained. You still have to, pull out dead trees or dead limbs. I think you have to still kind of maintain that area, not disturb it, and probably the best other element of ensuring what you're doing is through signage that we would include. That's part of the OSC requirements is to have, they call it either fencing or signage, and there's elements you have to put along there to notify them. Believe it or not, a lot of people don't actually go look at their subdivision plat when they bought a home. If they're not used to that, they don't go do that. But if there's a sign that says protected open space for the HOA, then they can see it and know it.
Great, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
I have a question about the same properties where they're, and the open space is, we don't have any renditions of what the house looks like, but are they going to be, you open your door and you're really in an open space? And I'm thinking about that one OSC that built the wall.
Right,
Yeah.
right, sure. In this case, that's certainly a good question from our past shared experience.
Yeah.
Yes, so, and there's actually, we did include home examples from Trayton in our stipulation letter, so they're part of that. I just didn't use them as part of a presentation. But these homes are, traditional family, 3 and 4 bedroom homes. And where these houses are sitting here, there is, till you get to that open space, they're not as deep as what's shown on this lot. These are pretty deep lots along that you just pointed out along that southern side. So where that open space begins, there is a yard area of not insignificant space before you get to the rear of the home that would be built there. And the one we were talking about, I feel because it always helps me when I'm thinking of pictures and I can tell some relative difference. And we certainly remember that one that we had. That was I think it was an R15 or R20 OSC, and those were a lot smaller lots, and those were also lots that were at a cul-de-sac or an eyebrow where they were actually even shorter. And so as opposed to these lots that are on the bottom or the southern side are actually some of our deepest lots. Just to give you kind of the visual,
Yeah.
these are much deeper than the ones we were looking at before.
So they could, a lot of people like sun porches, screened-in porches.
Sure.
Could they get, do they need a variance to do that?
No, not for here. These are plenty big enough. And if we needed to, we could certainly agree to stipulate that these, the homes, that are adjacent to the undisturbed buffer, make sure that they're all placed on the front setback. That's one of the ways you do that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, any other comments?
Thank you. Did you consider the possibility, instead of doing the 70-30 split on lots versus open space that is owned by the HOA, did you consider going to 100 feet owned by the HOA and then just seeking some sort of variances on the lot sizes down there as needed? Was that a consideration at all?
Yes, we could do that. We certainly could. It's more a matter of trying to stay away from variances.
And do you have some thoughts on any kind of enhanced protective measures during development to mitigate silt and such in the stream? Because I'm trying to keep Ryan Williams as a friend, and
yes,
he would be answering a lot of phone calls otherwise.
Yes, we would certainly consider if there would be certainly enhanced stormwater and erosion control measures. We're more than happy to do that. I mean, it's in their best interest in a situation like this, and they recognize that, and that we'd certainly be interested in that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you for your questions.
Yeah. All right. Does anyone else on the commission wish to ask any more questions of anyone or staff? Okay, at this time, my motion is going to be that the word is continue? Hold. Yeah. This till next month. But I wanted to have a hearing to get all the community's input that they had at this time. I understand there were complaints from the community about the change to the site plan and late posting of the site plan or recent posting of the site plan. And I'm not trying to prevent the community from carefully reviewing that and coming forward with any additional comments they may have. I just wanted to hear all the comments you had right now and all the thoughts you had right now. Wanted the developers' thoughts. Wanted to get all that out there before this body. And I think you folks both did a fine job of presenting a number of points, and I appreciate the presentations. And with that, you said the right word was? Hold. Make a motion to hold till next month.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion is approved 4-0. Next case.
All right. Mr. Vice Chair, I think the next case that we come to is LUP 29, which we pulled from the consent agenda earlier with the applicant not present. We did reach out. We were only able to leave a voicemail. I don't believe we've heard back. I don't believe the applicant has shown. Do you want me to call this case so that you can take action?
This is where it was on consent, and this was a renewal, correct?
Correct.
All right. I think what I would propose we do is we hold this.
Continue.
I'd like to hold it for 30 days and then give the applicant some opportunity to respond. Well, tell you what, now that I think about it, it is a renewal. Let's go ahead and I'll recommend we approve it since it is a renewal.
Second.
All right, motion. All right, we have a motion and a second. All right, any discussion? Okay, call the question. All right, LUP 29 is approved. Next case.
Okay. So that brings us to LUP 30, which is William Shellman and Debbie Shellman requesting a temporary land use permit to allow parking of trucks and trailers in land lot 779 of the 16th District. The property is located at the northwest intersection of East Lake Drive and Boyd Road, west of New Kemp Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 30? We have one opposed. Would anyone wishing to speak, including opposition, please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon. My name is William Shellman. I'll give you a little history of my area that I'm talking about there. I've lived off of Boyd Road for 40 years, and I recently sold my house and my landscape company. And I bought the apartments about 20 years ago, and I bought Addison Road home, which is all contiguous right there, the R20 and I'm not sure how to read your maps, but where the apartments are. And I still retained a lot of the equipment, and I had an agreement with the young man that is purchasing the landscape concern I used to own to park the equipment. So I started parking most of it. I've been using behind the apartments for years, parking back there, and I know it's gravel and all, so I parked that back there, and what I'm requesting is, I own a couple other houses, 3 or 4 other houses in Cobb County that I'm renovating, and I self-fund. I do this out of pocket, and I use my own money, and I now live in Addison Road house, and which is contiguous, and I'm getting ready to finalize my plans with the architect, and that's where my wife and I will be retiring. So my plans are in the next 24 months to finish all that up and then clear everything out from behind the apartments. So I'm just requesting 24 months to complete that process.
All right, thank you very much. We will now hear from the opposition.
Just called me the F word as I was going out. As he was going out, he just said, F you. So that's why I didn't want to come over here, but.
Sir, if we could go ahead and state your name and just have a seat, sir. Don't worry about it. Go ahead and state your name and begin your presentation.
So the permit that is posted on his property, it says.
We didn't get your name.
I'm sorry, Mario Abbott.
Thank you.
So the permit that is posted, it says parking for trailers and trucks. And that's not true. He runs a landscape business in there as of this morning. Trucks go in and out with bobcats, lawnmowers. So I live in a corner lot. I work for a living, Monday through Saturday. Before I get up, there's people out there trying to go to work, which is okay. When I come home, they're coming home at 6, 7. I want to rest. I build houses for a living. And I don't want to come home listening to the constructions, the machinery, because I deal with that every day. If it's moving, I'm okay with that. But if it's not, I want someone to look at that, because it's not a commercial property, it's a residential property. On Sundays, and he's a hardworking man. He works on Sundays. He runs his machine up and down the street. I got pictures to prove it. So where he's parking now, he has 50-foot containers, big containers. What I'm afraid of is he owns machinery. He cut a few trees. He rerouted the way the runoff, the way the water goes through there. And if it wasn't done properly, it can be a major issue like it is now. Whether it rains hard or a tornado, it backs up. I got pictures. I actually had the erosion inspector, Frank, I forgot his last name. I wrote him a big letter saying, hey, look, I need you to come over here when it rains. I need you to look at when it pours down or when it slightly rains, it backs up. I think he rerouted the water and it's not done properly. I went to the Cobb County and said, hey, there's a few people that wanted to be here, but one is in a hospital and one had to go out of town. So there was about 4 of us that wanted to come over here. And I almost backed out because of who Mr. Shellman is. I live 2 doors down. And you can ask, and I'm hoping, I think there's another hearing for something else, but hopefully my friends will be here with me to support me. I finally stood up because I was always like, nah, it's okay, he can do it. As he said, he owns a lot of properties. He thinks he owns that. Look at, if you want to take a look at some pictures, his house that he is in now, the trees are about 3 foot away from the street. What happened to the right-of-way? Why does he get away with that? Oh, no one wants to talk. Well, finally, over 20 years, I'm able to talk now. Look at those pictures. When you go out there, seems like a lot of y'all drive the sites that are in concern. Look at, he brings big old trees that makes you believe that it's been there forever. He brings big old poles with flags, which I'm okay with that. But it makes you believe that it's been there forever, but it's not. I want to go home and walk my dog at peace, not worried about getting run over, because I'm not sure if it's turning left or right. So whatever this means, I just need your help on keeping this property on your site. And that's all I ask.
Okay, that conclude your presentation? Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. But I'm just going to say this is in District 3. Commissioner Lindstrom will lead the discussion.
Can you see your house on the screen that they're showing? Can you tell us
You might
what
need
house?
to zoom out a little bit.
Where do you live?
I'm the corner lot between Void Road and Addison Road.
This 1900?
It's 1884.
Across the street.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So my deck overlooks at his property. His property, which is the parking lot, and his house, which is almost in front of my house. And if you look closely, I do believe where his parking lot is, I do believe that is a non-disturb buffer. I'm not qualified to use those words, but I do believe that's undisturbed buffer, which it means that he cannot do anything in there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's all, thank you. Would Mr. Shellman come back up? Can you tell us, tell us what address you live at right now?
R20 right there, then says R20 1910 Addison.
That's where you,
That's correct.
That's
where
where
I
you
moved
live.
to. I moved from my house up the street 40 years. I lived up the street. I've lived on Boyd I've lived in the neighborhood for 41 years. Now, I get along with all of my neighbors. I've never hardly talked to him at all. I get along with everybody around me. I got the petition signed. All I'm asking is for these, 24 months to finish up, and I'm moving everything out of there. I didn't change any water. In fact, that area, the false claims that he made, if you look up the history, Jackson and King owned those apartments. It is already grandfathered in for 6 more units on that left side right there where it shows the runoff, if you can get to the sewer, which Wilmot Williams put in his community down the street. But you got to go, I can't build anymore. I don't want to. I just want to clear it all out and retire. That is my intention.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
By the way, I don't know
wait.
what he's talking about,
Don't-
working on Sundays. I go to church on Sundays.
Don't leave, don't
okay.
leave yet. I've been down this to see your properties a couple of times. And as you know, you've got R20 all around you.
Right.
And this one area is RM12 that was grandfathered in, these apartments. I don't know when they were built, I imagine
1960.
1960.
Yep.
Yeah.
By the King family. And I worked real hard. They were in awful shape when I bought them 20 years ago, and I have done a tremendous amount of work to that property.
Well, I think you may have done a tremendous amount of work all along Addison Drive, or Addison Road and Boyd Road?
Yeah, done a lot of work in my neighbors' yards.
There's a lot of fencing going on.
Yeah.
Did you recently add that fencing along this area where you want to? Have you already sold this property then? I'm
So-
confused.
No, I own it all.
Okay, but you sold what did you
Oh,
sell?
1024 Boyd Road. It's a house I lived in. It's further up Boyd Road. It's one of the larger, closer to Highway 5. I lived there for 30.
And is he running a landscaping business? Did he run?
No. The man that bought my property?
Yes.
Kevin Turner? No, he's in the mortgage business.
So who is running this section now?
A young man bought my company. I'm financing and helping him. His agreement is to help me finish off the additions. I use them in my labor pool to get work done. I don't own the landscape company anymore.
Where is the landscape company?
I have him parking the trucks just the trucks and trailers and Bobcats parked behind the apartment. The landscape company is in his office at home, is that what you're asking?
Where is his home? Is it?
Oh, he lives up off of Old Cartersville Highway.
Okay. That helps explain a lot.
Yeah, he doesn't have an office there. There's no office there.
Yeah. When did you add the fencing?
On my personal home at 1910?
The fencing?
Or at the apartments at 1119?
11, I don't know what address this is.
I have added
1119.
sections of fence over the years. I put the fence in the gate years ago at the bottom of the parking lot. I came up the left side where the dumpster is a few years ago, and then I added the part along the parallel with Boyd Road a year ago, 2 years ago. 2 years ago. And I just put the screening around the dumpster that's out front because I just wanted to look nicer. I just did that recently.
Well, here's my feeling about this. You are surrounded by R20. You live in a neighborhood, and yet there is this 6-foot fencing and other fencing. I wondered if you owned a fencing company. There's so much fencing there.
No.
It is not appropriate to store any type of work vehicle in the back in part of your yard. And you've got all sorts of vehicles back there. And then you've kind of locked in. It doesn't belong there. It doesn't belong there. I'm sorry. So I'm ready to make a motion. Do you have anybody have any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So if I heard you right, the plan is to whatever landscaping equipment or matters that are out there, the plan is to relocate that?
Just, I'll be done with it in 24 months, out of there. I'm going to clear everything out.
Is it possible to get that done sooner?
Yeah, I do so much of this work myself, you know, and I finance it, so that was my long-range plan to do all of that. I mean, I give maybe 12 months to be pushing it, if I could get that.
The reason I bring it up, I'm hearing from the district commissioner for that district, or the planning commissioner for that district, that she's not enamored with what's going on out there. So just trying to see if there's some sort of middle ground that we could expedite this and get you off the property. That's the only reason I chimed in.
Yeah.
Well, Commissioner, I've got a question. The way I understood it is, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but he sold his landscaping business to someone else who
Yes.
lives somewhere else, but he's storing his equipment.
It's still my trucks and all. I still own
Where are you
the-
going to put them? Are they not his?
That's all part of the arrangement after he helps me and we get done. Our business arrangement is that he moves on and takes everything and I retire, I'm done. And I was gonna clean that up. I don't wanna build the other 6 units or anything. I just want to take everything out of there and be done with it. I just need some time to finalize that.
I had a question.
Are you, I've seen your property, and I understand what the gentleman says about these containers. We've seen containers.
Yeah, they
like
will be gone also.
this, yeah.
There's nothing permanent back there, nothing.
I think 6 months would be better, because I have received notes from your neighbors, and not this gentleman. I have received notes, and I've been back there. I wouldn't want to live across the street. It's so odd, that street, Addison Drive. The left side of the street, they're humble homes. The lawns are kept up. They look like families live there. On the right side of the street, it's all, I wonder how many families really live on that right side of the street. You've got a family, and I think it is your house. It seems like somebody lives in the garage, the top of the garage of 1910.
In 1910, that garage, I'm talking to Mr. Harrell about all that because I'm getting ready to get finalized with the architect on the building there. That's where I live. And that garage apartment has been there since 1972. It has its own meter, its own gas line, and its own septic tank. That's how I bought that house 11 years ago. And that's something that I'm finalizing with the architect. That's a totally separate matter. I'm dealing with Mr. Harrell on with the building permit because the house is going to be built and attached to that 2-car garage. That's where I'm going to retire.
What are you going to do with the other house?
I'm sorry?
So you're adding on to one house to attach it to the garage?
Yeah, it's just a 2-car garage, separate garage, yeah. But it has its own meters.
Apartment.
Yeah.
It's got its own apartment.
It's been there since 1972, yeah. It's a real eclectic neighborhood. There's a lot of that and stuff like that in
No,
there.
it isn't eclectic. It is not. The right side of the street is eclectic. And I know which house you're talking about with the flag. And I think that's the house that's got 2 mailboxes to it.
Yeah, that's my
marked
house.
A and B.
Yeah, that's my house. It's been that way since 1972.
Well, okay.
And I'm doing that with Mr. Harrell right now and the building permit that I'm getting with my architect, because he was confused about that too.
I would think, yes. It's confusing when you look down that street. So one side, it looks like, on the right side, it looks like everyone is hiding something because of all the fencing. I thought maybe you were in the fencing business, and someone said...
No, I built a beautiful fence around my personal home.
Anyway, let's continue. Do you have any questions? Any more discussion on this?
Anderson, did you have a comment?
Just when looking at the signatures for from the neighbors, it seems like probably 80% of them are from the residents of the apartment.
No, there's only six people in the apartments.
Oh, I just have a list of 16. It's in the online packet, but all of them are from 1119 Boyd Road. And
Oh,
so
yes. Uh-huh.
And then we did get one comment, I think, from someone who said they were on this list, but they never signed it.
Who's that?
It was
Yeah,
a public
you don't
comment
need to.
by, what was that? I'm sorry?
I don't think you need to say.
Okay, yeah, but we don't need to say, but there was someone who had said that they were put on this list and they had not signed it.
My wife got this.
Yeah, but I guess I'm just trying to understand is I'm just having trouble kind of getting at whether there's actually when I look at the aerial, it seems like there's kind of more than just the parking for the landscape business and the equipment, and I guess I'm confused as to why you would need 24 months to.
In one of the containers, for instance, is refrigerators, ranges, stoves, and all for the rentals. I keep those in there. I've kept those in there, but
Okay.
so I want to divest myself of all of this. So I've often thought recently, because of what's been going on, is just sell everything. Okay, but I'm determined to stay the course, finish my house. This is what my wife wants done, and then clean the whole mess up. I'm ready for this to end. I'm 65 years old. I don't want to continue with this.
And when
I just want a little lead time to finish this process.
And this process is the business arrangement to execute the final sale of the landscaping business?
Yes, no, and the building of the house, right? It's going to take me longer than 6 months to build the house that I want to finish. I'm almost done with the houses. I have two one off of Grambling, one off of Old Concord. I've finished the renovations on there. I'm almost done with the one off of Grambling and Latimer, which is across the street from the Hilton there. That one's been very difficult, but I'm almost done, and I'm ready to start on mine. I've been putting that off.
Okay.
So I do have a vision, a plan, a goal to end this nightmare, because I just don't want to deal with this anymore. So that's what I'm asking.
Thank you, understood.
Thank you.
Mr. Shulman, what I'm hearing you say is that the gentleman who's going to buy your trucks, or the gentleman who bought your gardening equipment, whatever he's bought.
Bobcats, trailers, trucks, yes, ma'am.
He's the one who's going to help you build the house.
I use that labor extensively, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm ready to make a motion, if.
Yes,
Okay.
that's fine.
I would like to make a motion to grant you 6 months.
I can't get 12?
No, that's not my, because I think you could do it in 6 months to get rid of this stuff. This is an eyesore, what you've got there. And you've got to get rid of all those. You're going to have to actually hire someone to help you get rid of some of that stuff. Store the trucks in somewhere else. But this is an R20 neighborhood. And no matter how you cut it, it's a residential area. This is an anomaly to have the apartment building there that was built in 1960. Today, they wouldn't have had that, and that's fine. I understand it's grandfathered. But I imagine there are a lot of people who care very much about what's going on that street, on Addison Road, and you're asking only for permission to go on Boyd Road. But it's a much broader picture that's there. And
Oh, yeah, I love my neighborhood. I want my neighborhood to be beautiful.
Well.
Yeah, I'm ready to move it out. I'd like to have 12 months, but if 6 is all you're going to give me, then.
6 is, I recommend 6. Does anybody have a comment?
I do. Would you consider maybe reversing that and consider a recommendation to deny, but give him 6 months to comply?
Well, my original recommendation would have been to deny.
Yeah, and then give him 6 months to comply.
Okay. That's better. That's better. Any other comments from my commissioners here? All right, I am ready to make a motion. I would like to make, my motion is to recommend denial for LUP 30. And I would like to grant him, what, 6 months?
6 months.
6 months to clear everything out.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion is approved 4-0 to deny at lot 30. Next case, please.
All right, thank you. I believe that brings us to our final case, which is lot 31, L. Frank Shirley, requesting a temporary land use permit for equipment storage for contractor business in land lot 22 of the 20th District, located on the northwesterly side of Wade Green Road, north of Hickory Grove Road. Is the applicant present? Is Mr. Shirley? Is there anyone here in opposition? Seeing no opposition?
Okay.
Yes, my name is Frank Shirley, and I've requested a temporary land use permit. I've had a business I started in 1990, and my sons are trying to keep it going. And the economy is not so good right now, but
Excuse
we're
me,
trying
sir.
to build a building on the property.
Could you speak up just a little bit more?
Yes, trying to build a building on the property at Way Green Road. And we've hired an architect and engineers, and they've got the drawings sketched out. And I'd like to have about somewhere between a year and a half to 2 years to get the whole thing completely built. And so the trailers and everything I have on it then will be behind the building.
Okay. Okay, yes.
Thank you, I think.
Yeah, I think your district, this is District 1, Commissioner Baloney.
You sure the lines haven't changed on this? Okay, Mr. Shirley, can you tell me what kind of building do you plan to build out there?
Well, it's been approved for a building now. I was going to try to just go with what they already recommended. I think it was supposed to have a Dunkin' Donut on it, and then right next to that was a computer store. But the brick and mortar part of it, I was just going to stick with the same thing. My building will be like an office in the front and a warehouse in the back.
All right, so you say you're going to build a building for a Dunkin' Donuts store? Do I understand that right?
Pardon me?
You're going to put a donut shop in there?
No.
No.
It was the people I bought it from was going to build a Dunkin' Donut there.
Oh.
And that deal fell through, so I bought the property.
What year did you buy? What year did you buy the property?
2012.
Okay. So you don't plan to put a Dunkin' Donuts out there or a computer store?
No.
But you do plan to build a building?
If I got it, I may have to have it rezoned to do it. But the building I need is for an office and a warehouse for a construction business. So I may have to have it, maybe have to be industrial instead of the R20 that it is now. I apologize for my voice. I had my vocal cords, I had stroke and my vocal cords paralyzed.
Understood.
Tell us about the truck storage out there now, or trailer storage going on out there. Tell me about your business.
Well, I do have one F550 truck that we use that I leave parked there. And then I have about 10 or 11 trailers that we use. We do a lot of projects in high-rise office buildings, so all of our tools and equipment are stored in the trailers, and we take them to the job and go inside the buildings and perform work, and then put the tools and equipment back in the trailers at night.
You do form work? Is that what I heard you say?
Well, we do mostly interior projects,
Okay, build out.
yes, commercial build-outs.
Okay. So do you store sheetrock on this property?
No.
No. You just have that shipped to the site, right? And they offload it at the sites where you do your work, right?
Well, we have the drywall delivered to the job site directly.
Yeah. So what do you have delivered here?
What we store in the trailers now is all, like ladders and scaffolds, vacuum cleaners, all the tools that we need to perform the work with. But there's no material there. It's very little material.
But your plan is to change this out and actually build a building there rather than continue trailer storage? That's your plan?
Yeah, well, right now, I had, in 2021, I had the stroke, and my lease was up on the property that we had in Marietta. So my sons had to move everything out of the lease because I wasn't expected to be still living, but I did. So we're trying to keep the business going. And so all of my tools and equipment that was in the warehouse, we moved into those trailers until we can get a building built.
You have a fence going around this property, right?
We do.
Okay. You see from the picture here that's showing overhead, there are only about maybe 6 vehicles shown total, 7 vehicles shown total, right?
I couldn't hear what you were saying.
You got about 7 vehicles showing up in this picture? Is that about right?
Yeah, most of them are, there's only one truck. The rest of them are trailers. In that back corner, there's 6 trailers side by side, big containers. And they have all of our equipment in it, like all the saws, table saws, and all the equipment we use to build with.
You bring them in off of Wade Green Road, the driveway comes off of Wade Green Road, correct?
Our Wade Green Road.
Yeah.
Yes, our office is right down the street from Wade Green.
No, I'm asking your entrance where the trailers come in. They come in off of Wade
Off
Green.
of Wade Green.
Okay. And is there any reason why you couldn't store those trailers up against the property line to the south that says LRC, if we allowed you to do that?
Store the trailers south of the,
Up against the property line to the south. See the property to the south of you is zoned LRC?
well, talking about the ones that are on the west side. We have trailers on the north side and then on the west side.
He's asking, is there any reason you can't store those trailers on the south side?
Well, the way the gate is going into the fence, it just didn't give you very much room at all. It hadn't been a problem where it's at. I don't think any of the neighbors have had any issues with where it's at. And the way the property flows, we haven't had any erosion issues. The way it works now, it seems to flow pretty good.
What are the structures to the rear that kind of house those trucks or cars? What kind of structure is that?
It's a F550.
No, it looks like it's parked under a canopy of some kind.
Oh yeah, there is a Bobcat under that canopy.
Okay, what kind of canopy is back there?
It's aluminum canopy.
And how long has it been there?
Bunch of years, I'm not sure how long.
20 years, you think?
No, I bought it in 2012, so
Okay.
I'd say maybe 2014.
All right. All right. And have you got your plans together for the building you plan to build out here?
Financing?
No, the plans. Do you have plans?
I don't have them with me at the moment, but we have hired an architect to do the drawing, and he's finished with that, putting the building on the property and how the parking would work. So he's come a long way with the drawing.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if you and my fellow members here have questions of the applicant?
I do not.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So the goal here is to receive a temporary land use permit for the outdoor storage until you are able to finalize those plans?
Well, yeah, I think it could take me close to 20 months to build the building and reposition everything and put everything where it needs to go and get rid of the trailers. And the fence won't be there anymore either, because it'll have a different fence around it.
And do you anticipate, given some of the restrictions on the coffee shop and the computer store that currently exist, having to come back in for some kind of...
That's what it was originally permitted for.
Okay.
It was rezoned and permitted to have the Dunkin' Donut. It's a 4,800 square foot building, and half of it was going to be Dunkin' Donut, and the other half was going to be a computer store, electronic store.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have a question? I had a question.
No, I have some questions for staff, but you can have a seat for a moment. I have some questions for the county staff. If you can go ahead and have a seat, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Terry, who should I go to here? Or is it you or?
What's your question?
What are the county's concerns other than he's not using it precisely as zoned? What concerns are there regarding safety, visibility, appearance? What concerns do we need to raise and address?
Well, I mean, I think even simpler than that, the concerns here were that this property is stipulated to be used only for a coffee shop and a computer retail / service center. That's from a 2008 zoning case, Z17, 2008. So as far as the zoning office is concerned, that is actually the only use that we would be able to approve or allow. Understand that the applicant purchased the property subsequent to that case, and he may have future plans for the property, and this is more of a stopgap measure of what he can do with his equipment and his other business materials in the meantime. What spurred this case, I believe, really just boils to the code enforcement action that was involved, just for the non-conforming use. As it's zone, LRC, limited retail commercial currently.
Okay. If I was to make a recommendation to give him a 12-month permit to allow up to 10 vehicles and or trailers on the property, up to 10 vehicles, trailers and or pieces of equipment on the property for 12 months, what additional restrictions should I place on that?
I mean, it'd be hard to say. You wouldn't want to stipulate many improvements for something of temporary nature. I was skimming through, I think, as far as other departments' involvement, comments that they gave, there weren't many concerns from anyone voiced regarding the application. Without code enforcement here, I don't know the full backstory and what the substance of those complaints that they received may have been. So I really couldn't be able to speak to particular concerns that someone nearby the property may have.
Well, I see a healthy tree line between the school and this property, and what I'm seeing is not a tremendous number of vehicles out there, and it's not we've had other cases before that were literally a severe eyesore, and I would not rate this in that category, though it's maybe not also what we want to look at every day. It's not awful. It's not the worst we've seen anyway. So now open up the floor to my fellow members of the Planning Commission to give me your thoughts. I'll make a recommendation.
Yeah, I see this as something where we can, if there truly is a plan to go ahead and submit a rezoning request in the future to accommodate a warehouse / office, probably makes sense for a 12-month. I think maybe if there are additional, you don't want to have interventions done if you're just going to kind of rebuild the whole site to reflect a rezoning and incur that unnecessary expense. So I'd say kind of the low budget interventions, I would say would probably, based on the comments in code enforcement that were provided, were, I think, really around just maintenance of clutter. There might be avoidance of any clutter. There are vehicles parked on unhardened surfaces there, but again, if there's a site plan that would reasonably be coming in within the next 6 to 12 months that contemplates repaving and parking lots, then I wouldn't want to have that expense incurred without knowing that there's going to be a more holistic plan submitted, most likely. So outside of just, I don't think there's really much to add in terms of the LUP outside of just consistency of cleanliness of the site. And as long as it's limited to up to 12 months, I think that should be sufficient time for a comprehensive new site plan and rezoning request formally to come in.
That sounds reasonable.
So what do you want to make the motion?
No.
Thank you. I didn't think I was going to get a bite on that. Okay, so my motion would be that we approve the LUP, but for a limited time period of 12 months only. This is being done in order for the applicant to prepare and submit plans to redevelop the property and to seek whatever long-term zoning he needs, and he should set about doing that expeditiously, not to wait till the end of the 12 months. And it's subject to the caveat that the property be kept substantially clear and clean as it's largely shown here, and that there be at any given time not more than 10 vehicles kept overnight on the property, with vehicles broadly defined to include trailers, trucks, cabs, and pieces of heavy construction equipment. So that'll give you a little time to make your transition if the Board of Commissioners agrees. So that's my motion for that recommendation.
I second it.
And we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? And call the question. All right, land use permit 31 passes with a vote of 4-0. That concludes our agenda. I think we have just a couple of things to do related to minutes. Minutes for the zoning hearing on September 3rd, 2024. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Anderson
I second.
and a second from Commissioner Lindstrom. Any discussion? Call the question. All right, that is approved. And then we have minutes for our special call meeting on September 23rd. I need a motion for those.
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Anderson
And second.
and second from Commissioner Lindstrom. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion is approved 4-0. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you.